privilege in welcoming you all to the workshop Entrepreneurship and Innovation as a Career Opportunity. Prayer creates awareness that God and Guru are going to get everything done through me. Praying increases Atma Shakti. A day without prayer is a day without power. I request Mrs. Pushpalata, Head Department of MCA, to lead us in prayer.
Scripture portion is taken from Book of Sirach, chapter 6, verses 32, 33, and 37. My son, you can learn if you want to. You can be clever if you are determined to be. If you are willing to listen, you will learn and become wise. Devote all your time to studying the Lord's command and thinking about them. He will give you the insight and wisdom you are looking for. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks to the Lord.
Thank you, Pushpa ma'am. Before introducing to you all about the workshop, I would like to speak about IIC St.Anne's. Ministry of Education, Government of India has established Innovation Cell to systematically foster the culture of innovation among all higher education institutions. St. Anne's has acquired IIC status in the year 2019. IIC at St. Anne's always strive to promote innovation and entrepreneurship in the institution through multitudinous modes, leading to an innovation and entrepreneurship culture in the campus. Under its guidance, a workshop on entrepreneurship and innovation as a career opportunity is organized with an objective to nurture, inspire, and encourage the young minds to work with new ideas and to provide them with an opportunity to view knowledge of entrepreneurship and innovation as a valuable asset if the students aim for career in this field. There is no minimum eligibility to become an entrepreneur. Brilliant idea, execution skill, and zeal is all that needed. And a strong educational background can increase the probability of success. And hence, this workshop aims at this. Major takeaways for the participants would be that the success doesn't come overnight. It needs a lot of dedication, commitment, perseverance, and see every hurdle and as a challenge to bring out the best from them. Hence, this workshop focuses on 3 sessions to attain these objectives. Session 1, Entrepreneurship as a Career Opportunity. Session 2, Entrepreneurial Skills. Session 3, Success Story of an Entrepreneur. Now, I would like to welcome Swati Bhavanka ma'am. It's indeed my immense pleasure to welcome Swati Bhavanka ma'am with a green greeting. I would like to give the brief profile of Swati ma'am. Swati Bhavanka did MS and CS from US and returned back to India with her passion for startups. She has been identified as an inspiring woman entrepreneur in 2020, Emerging Woman Entrepreneur of Hyderabad in 2019 by the Government of Telangana, and Emerging Woman Entrepreneur across India in 2018 by Your Story and recognized as one of the top 10 women tech makers across India by Google. She led Google Women Tech Makers Hyderabad and Facebook. She leads tech community to influence and bring more women into technology. Countries are moving from managerial to entrepreneurial economy. India, as an emerging economy, is ensuring that entrepreneurship is embraced as a career choice for the young. Best way to predict the future is to create it. To create the future, knowledge plays an important role. Before handing over the session to Swati ma'am, I would like to just brief you about the session. This session is more of an interactive way where Swati Bhavanaka ma'am is going to have give insights about the entrepreneurship as a career, where I act as a moderator in posing the questions to ma'am, and then the session will be followed by the QA session by the students. Now I hand over the session to ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sujata, for the prayer and also warm welcome with my introduction as well. So it's really great to see such initiatives happening to encourage entrepreneurship right from the early years as well. Like, which was not there when I myself was a student, because entrepreneurship is something that I got into it unknowingly. But I think with India progressing so much and government supporting with so much of initiatives and academies like you giving the support to the students, I'm sure India has a very bright future, as there would be many people who would be on their own being an entrepreneur. So in this session, I would just like to, like, the first 10 minutes, probably because we have wide variety of students from different branches. I would like to share what we do, what I do, how I got started, and probably the basics of entrepreneurship. Um, did you get a chance to see the presentation PPT that I shared with you?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay.
Ma'am, you
Okay,
said
fine.
that, yeah.
Yeah, so I can do that. Probably I can continue, no problem. So, my name is Swati, and I finished my master's in computer science USA, and then here I came back to join a startup. So that is when I got introduced to the startup world. So I was developing serious gaming simulations for the top 5 business schools across the world, and the world seemed very fascinating of how much you can contribute and make an impact with the skills you have. So that's how I got started. But then while we were pursuing that, we discovered a bigger problem statement, coming from technology background, me being a developer and my co-founder, he's also from Pitspilani. So both of us thought that, we will solve a bigger problem, and that's how we started evibe.in. So basically, evibe.in is a platform like Amazon. So if we have to buy anything and everything, we usually go to Amazon, right? Same way, if we are celebrating anything, for that, we can book services on the platform itself at the best deals and within few minutes. This was a problem statement we started out of our own personal pain point when we decided to get married. We didn't see any platform like this existing, and we felt that, millions of tech savvy Indians get married every year, and they might need a platform like this. That's how we got started, and it's been more than 6 years we are into this journey, and now our business has a revenue in millions of dollars. So that is a kind of startup that we were able to build, and a small team with thousands of service providers. So this thing is something that we haven't imagined, because all the service providers on our platform, for them, it is like a livelihood. They used to get income, sustainable income every month through this platform without doing anything. All they have to do is just go and execute. And we had a pleasure working and creating hundreds of such service providers through this opportunity. So that's what evibe.in is all about. And pandemic, as you might be aware, it has hit most of the businesses really bad, and ours is one of the worst hit industries, being the events. Like, even if we see our event, it is happening virtually, which is supposed to happen like offline, face to face, where it has a lot more meaning, and where a lot more value could be derived. But this didn't stop us, so we switched to doing virtual party platform, and then eventually now evibe.in is run by a smaller team, and we are doing altogether a new startup in gaming space. So that is what we are doing right now. And probably, like, regarding the entrepreneurship as a career, for all the students here, I just want to share a small 5Ws, 5Es framework. Like, what entrepreneurship is all about. When can somebody do this? Where can they do this? Who can do this? And why they should be doing this if they opt to do it. And getting started with what is entrepreneurship. I would say it is mostly like, business. Uh, we are all aware of, businessmen, business women, right? Here, there are like lots of women in the audience. There are like a lot of role models already who are doing this businesses. And this business can be in any form, shapes, and sizes. It can be small businesses, it can be larger organizations, it can be startups, or it can be like a freelancing individual also who is doing things on their own. So all these wide varieties of shapes and sizes exist in entrepreneurship. Like it can be like, a person who doing business by himself or herself, and supporting, making income. It is all about like, creating your own income, discovering, solving a problem, having your set of customers, and making money. That is what ultimately business is all about. You can do it individually, or you can do it at a small scale, or you can do it at a larger scale. So this is what entrepreneurship is all about. And when can somebody do this? I would say somebody who has an opportunity, who knows or who has discovered an opportunity, um, which can potentially solve somebody's problem and also make money. And you make money and make profits out of it. So that is when you can do it. So you can do it. I know a lot of entrepreneurs now, like, there are student entrepreneurs also. There are, school students who are also doing this right now, where, they solve set of problems, and they make profits out of it, and they're able to run businesses. So the sustaining that business over time is altogether a different story. But I also see people starting as early as being in school. Like, for example, like, running your own lemonade is also like, it's called as entrepreneurship, where you discover a wide variety of aspects of running the businesses and making profits and running the team and things like that. So when is the right time? I would say whenever you discover an opportunity, as early as you can start, because the amount of learnings and experiences that you would get out of this journey is immense. And where you can do this, I think before it was mostly offline. Like it was mostly like, you need to know the whereabouts of the offlines or the industry secrets, and all those things used to happen. And things were not that open, right? You can't really read anything about, if at all you want to get. For example, we got into gaming space. Gaming is not my strength, or it's not my experience, but thanks to internet world, you can explore and you can read. Like, I think in the prayer, Pushpa ma'am was saying, like, as clever as you want to be, as intelligent as you want to be, you can discover the wisdom and knowledge. So that I can totally relate to, because this is a new space, and because the world is so open, we could get most of the information online. And like, though we are all like, closed in our homes, there are bigger opportunities actually we are able to pursue because of pandemic. So I would like to like thank this timing. I think can do any time. Nothing has got to do with everything should be perfectly fall in place. So where means, I think for the students, especially this new gen students, I would say you will discover a lot of, there's a lot of gold mine in internet. So you can discover anything, whatever you want on the internet. It depends on how you would want to use it. So you can also, like, let's say if you're from a business background, and if you have a family businesses, probably you will have an advantage of, the secrets and ins and outs of the businesses, which you can definitely carry forward, and probably like, make that business this new gen oriented businesses. But like people who don't come from that background also, I think now the world is so open that, you can pretty much get things everywhere. I know a lot of people, like, who are working out of their locations and building millions of dollars of businesses from their homes. And who can do this? I would say like whoever is I see that, I also see that Sujata ma'am saying that, whoever has that zeal and enthusiasm and hard work to pursue an opportunity, I mean, they can do it, because it is going to be a really tough journey when compared to the jobs that we pursue, because that would comfort you, because you don't need to think, you just do your own job and you get your things done. But if you're doing your own business, or if you're an entrepreneur and doing on your own terms, there are like lots of things that you might have to figure out. There are lots of pros, and there are also like lots of challenges, I would say. So challenges would be there. So if you have like students, anybody is doing right now, so 60-year-olds are also doing the businesses, and there are 20s and there are teens who are also doing this. So there is no really like age bar. Like mostly, like if you study, if you finish your degree, and if you have some sort of experiences, definitely you might have a better edge in terms of becoming successful. Or probably when you get started properly, there are less challenges that you would have. There might be many things that you already know and you can reach out to. But I would say that, even if you're starting early without having all of these things, this in itself will give you a lot of experience and you can build it. So I would say anybody who more than who, I would say why is very important, which is the final aspect of the framework that I would like to discuss. Why do you want to get into the entrepreneurship is a bigger question. Why do you want to do that? If you have that clarity in mind, probably you can pretty much rest of the aspects you can all figure out. You just have to know your why. So why, like, is it to create wealth, or is it to support your family, or is it to make a huge impact? Whatever might be your reason. Is it to make lots of money? Whatever it is, I know lots of people do it for different reasons, and I see people who have a purpose on why they want to do this, who have a clarity, they sustain longer. Their enthusiasm, their energy, and their interest and their passion and commitment, that sustains longer, and it goes for a longer run, which mostly increases your probability of success being an entrepreneur. So why is very important. So if anybody in this audience, if they have a clear why, I would definitely suggest you to start now.
Shall we start with the questions, ma'am?
Yeah, please, sure.
First question, ma'am. Why should we in India think of being an entrepreneur?
I don't think so. It is like a country specific problem. But if you talk about being an entrepreneur in India, I see there are so many problems in our country which needs to be solved. So in India, so probably you have a bigger reason why you have to become an entrepreneur rather than being an entrepreneur in the other countries. I did my masters in USA, and I know the culture very well. There things are very streamlined. There's nothing that you look around and think most of them are streamlined. But here you look around, there are like so many things that you really can fix the problem and probably also make profits while you're solving those problems. So in India, I think it has very high potential is there. Lots of things are there in this country to come up which needs to be solved. So that's why I think we should start thinking about being an entrepreneur in India.
What are the requirements for a career in entrepreneurship?
So requirements, I think to some extent in bits and pieces, I covered what is required. So you need to know your why. So once you know your why and you know what is a problem you're solving, how big of a market size it is, if you're happy with it, I think you can do it. Anybody can do this. I know people who come from who have pedigree and probably who have a lot of connection. They have high probability of success. Mostly more than high probability, it's about the amount of time it takes for them to succeed versus if you're starting early, the amount of time it takes for you to succeed. Like for example, when we got into entrepreneurship, there is no experience as such on any of the things. Like we started like just 2 years of experience, I started my startup, and then lots of things we had to learn in this journey, so which takes longer time. That's it. So All you need to do, all you need to have is like know your why, know the problem you're solving, and can you make profits and how big of profits. If you're happy with those profits, then please go ahead and do it.
Okay. One more question, ma'am. What are the pull factors that attract individuals towards entrepreneurship as a career option?
Pull factors. I see a lot of people who are very ambitious, who don't make it to the cut according to the society. They are usually very attracted towards, like, people who love challenges. I think they are mostly attracted to this journey. I mean, most of the people I have discovered in this journey, they are like that.
What are the advantages of choosing entrepreneurship as a career?
Advantages and disadvantages, both of them are there. Advantages, I know a lot of people who become entrepreneurs because they can be on their own terms. They don't need to report to any boss, etc., things like that. That freedom is there definitely, but I think the challenges are also there. I mean, if you know the customers, and if you know your business well, I would say the advantages is like, the first thing is like you will learn a lot. The learning curve is very high. You will learn so much that you cannot learn in any other field, because you are almost dealing with, like, n number of aspects and making it work, and you are accountable for the ultimately the money that is coming in or the money that is going out. So due to this challenging environment, probably, like, the learning curve is the highest. You will make a lot of connections meanwhile, because if you have to solve problem, you have to reach out to people, you have to work with people, so lots of things you would learn. So learning you will get, you will meet a lot of interesting people. So I read somewhere that, long term, if you want to become successful, you need to have compounding knowledge, compounding relationships, compounding wealth. So all these things you could do it with entrepreneurship, given you are ready to take on the challenge
Okay.
and want to become successful.
One more question, ma'am. There is a myth that entrepreneurs are born, not made. Do you agree with this, ma'am?
I don't agree with this, because anybody can become, like, I don't think so. I am born as an entrepreneur. And, like, if you take in my engineering, I hardly used to talk with one more person in the class. Like, I hardly used to be in my own zone, do my own programming, do my own coding. I never used to talk to anyone. But like, once the challenges are there, you have to talk to people, you have to know how to work with them, and you derive the results and all. So I think entrepreneurs, I don't really think it is like, that
They are
they're
born.
born. Yeah, they can be made. I know a lot of them who are made along the way, which they themselves do not know.
What piece of advice would you give to college graduates who want to become an entrepreneur?
Um, Advice, I think I covered this bit earlier. So if you know why you're doing this, and if you know the problem statement, or at least if you know why, and if you haven't discovered anything yet, just start exploring lot of options, because as a student, you have got nothing to lose. I mean, you can do this while you're pursuing your studies as well. And I know a lot of people, especially in these premium colleges, like pedigree colleges like IIT and BITS, they are taking the steps, and it is working out beautifully. I mean, no matter that business is ultimately success at the end of the day once you finish your course or not, but the kind of things that you would learn and the kind of experience you would get is really high. So I would suggest, try taking a problem and try solving it, and probably, who knows, you might be loving it, and you might continue it. I would not say stop enjoying and only focus on this thing. I would never recommend that, because in college, I mean, you that's the best time where you can have lots of fun with all your friends, and college going folks and your family members also have that time. But if at all something excites you, don't hesitate to start.
Okay. Last question from my side, Ma, and then we'll move on to the Q&A session from students.
Sure.
What key activities would you recommend students to invest their time in when one want to choose entrepreneur as a career?
Um, Investment. I think you can read a lot of books. There are lot of really good books that are available, out there. It might be a matter of your interest, or it might not be about your domain also. I have learned a lot personally, and I know a lot of books that I can recommend to you, especially entrepreneurship. Probably you can easiest thing to get started is probably biographies and memoirs of the successful entrepreneurs who wrote their stories, right? Probably if you're loving that ride, probably you can try it out. So you can invest your time in reading, you can invest your time in writing, and you can invest your time in journaling all your experiences. So I would say, along with books, it things will go hand in hand. Like, you can be really active on Twitter, and there are good number of platforms where you can be active and you can know what's happening around the world. We need not be in the US, but you can really know what's happening in the US. I mean, and you can probably make use of that opportunity here in India. So I would say invest a lot of time in reading, exploring, writing, and learning. So this is a suggestion, not for students. This is for me also, even now, and I continue to do that on the every single day basis.
Okay. Uh, Entrepreneurship is becoming the more pursued career option. Why?
I think the millennials like me, and people who are the new gen students, right? I think they want to work for something. I mean, they want to make a difference, I believe. And no matter where, like even if you are able to get it in your workplace, or when you're doing it on your own, you will find that meaning. Like, you do this and you are ultimately making difference in so many people's life. So this excites a lot of new gen folks, I guess. I think that is the reason why this is making it, more popular option. And probably also because, like, they feel that, they can utilize their skill maximum through this entrepreneurship itself. Probably that is the reason why. And I personally know this pandemic has, made a shift among a lot of people who are already working also, to take that step and to just try it out. Because there is never a perfect time to, get started. So maybe this is the reason why, where they feel that, they could do more with what they have already.
Okay. What entrepreneurial tricks have you discovered to keep you focused and productive in your day-to-day busy schedule?
uh, Me, I think, very very challenging goal. One, the goal that I've set for myself, probably, like, before I got into this, I gave a deep thought about why I want to do this, and I wanted to make it really really big. Like, I felt that probably we have skills, we were privileged enough to be educated so much, to make a difference in this world. So I felt that, with the platform or whatever we are creating, we could impact millions of people. So that is always there at the back of your mind to keep you going. So that is a purpose. But immediately, like, if you talk about the short term, what do you want to achieve next year, and how do you see this business going, and where do you think you can improvise? These things mostly it keeps me going. I mean, I would say, I think, I am not a topper at all. Like, I'm a very normal student in the school. I'm very normal student in the college also. Only one thing that stood apart was being ambitious. This is something that I heard from a lot of people whom I know. They said I was ambitious. So at that time I didn't know what ambitious meant. I mean, apart from the English definition. But now I see the difference between, like, people who are toppers, but they're not making much out of their time, versus what I'm doing. I think the difference was mostly because I think being ambitious and chasing the challenges.
Now we'll move on to the question and answer session with the students, ma'am. I request the students if they have any questions to ask, ma'am, please. Ma'am, we have a question. Business answer. Business through social media has a good scope. This is a question
So
from the student, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, businesses through social media, I think they do have a lot of scope, because and it depends on the scale, right? Let's say business through social media. I know a lot of people who are also making crores of rupees out of social media. I know individuals who are doing that, being with social media presence, being an Amazon seller also. Like, there are a lot of opportunities that I have seen that, people are able to pursue, and if they're great at their skill, they're able to make lots of money through social media. Definitely, like, if that is something that is very fascinating for you, you should go ahead and explore how to do it. There are like lots of people who have already done that, and they're sharing their knowledge also on the YouTube and social media like Twitter, on how they are doing it. So probably we can learn from them, and you can also do it. But definitely, growing business just through social media, I have personally seen a lot of people do it.
Okay. Ma'am, we have one more question. What makes a successful marketing strategy?
Successful marketing strategy is a strategy where, once you know what is the kind of business that you would want to do, just think about who are the customers, who are the ideal customers. So the best marketing strategy is a strategy that taps the right customers for your business. So it might be like, for some, we cannot really say that, these are the 10 strategies that will work for any businesses, because each business is different, and each businesses will have different sort of personas and profiles. So let's say, for example, if we take like online businesses, right? You can discover a lot of customers online itself, and there are customers who will be there offline. Let's say if your customers are parents, think about where parents exist. So I would say the best marketing strategy is a strategy which taps and connects with your ideal customer base at a bigger scale. That would be the best marketing strategy. And if we talk about the marketing channels, right? How many marketing channels exist? There are 19 channels. It is majorly covered in a book called as Traction. So it's a business book. You can read it, because that is a topic which has a lot of depth, and it takes a lot of time to share each and every channel, how it could work for your idea. So the gist is like, there are 19 channels that are there in that book, which you can read. And in that 19 channels, basically the next activity is like, once you know what each channel does, you will have to think for your business which one makes sense. And then you can shortlist, and out of that you can keep trying with three channels that you think that are most suitable. Keep trying, and see if you're able to figure out a channel, because ultimately figuring out a right marketing channel and strategy is mostly like 80% of your work done if you want to set up any business.
I hope Nabila, ma'am answered your question. Ma'am, one more we have from NCZ Batul. Can all fields find a position in entrepreneurship?
Can all fields
Fields
can
find
you
a
please?
Can all fields find a position in the entrepreneurship?
All fields, yeah. I would say any field, any and every field, you can find it, that I'm sure. Probably the level of difficulty might vary. Like, for example, if you want to do something online in this 2020 generation, it's much easier than to set up something offline, until unless you know the lot of knowledge into it. And there are many gaps in, if you take any field, any sector, there are a lot of gaps. And by default, some fields are like, they have high margins, and generally they're like, you can make a lot more profits in such fields. So from field to field, different aspects vary. But definitely any field and every field, it has scope, because I'm sure there are like lots of advancements and problems that needs to be solved where you can make money with it.
Okay. We have one more question from Sayeda Amina, ma'am. What is the average financial investment required for a startup?
Saida, like investment, I would say, like I said, it varies from business to business. So if you're doing things online, or if you do things offline, things are very different. Like if you're doing something offline, if you're setting up a factory, or if you're setting up as simple as a restaurant also, it is, these are all very capital intensive businesses. Let's say you decide to, put up a co-working space or a college or whatever it is, like that will be very capital intensive. But thankfully, like, if you're exploring online business and all, it hardly takes few lakhs. That few lakhs also, like I know our story where we did it with few lakhs. I know the story of Swiggy, because he's from Bitspilani, he's my co-founder senior. I know they did it with few lakhs. So I would say, like, internet businesses, you can do it with very less capital.
Okay, we have question from Nishita Srivastava. What are the difficulties and tips for women entrepreneur?
So, Nishita, difficulties for women entrepreneurs, I think the biggest thing is the mental block that we hold within ourselves. I would say that is the only barrier that exists. Definitely, like, if you take the example of like how many women will be in the room along with the men when you're pitching to the investors. And let's say when I was working at a startup also, there were like, 10, 15 people, men, and I was only women in the team. So if you feel limited, I mean, if you feel intimidated, that is one type of thing that can happen. And probably you can feel that as an opportunity because you're the only women and you can make use of it. So I would say, like, you can capitalize most of the things. We tend to be very emotional people in general. So most of the times, those things tend to, like, take little bit of attention of mine. But if we aspire, like, there are already like big role models who are already doing great things in the world, who are women. So probably if we look at this story, and probably, there are a lot of women who are already successful and willing to help most of us. And we can seek out help and we can do whatever it is. I would say that, the challenge is our own inhibitions and our own attitude. If we are able to overcome that, I think it is relatively easy.
Okay. Uh, we have a question from Shilpa Rani. Uh, eh, Ma'am, can you please explain how to overcome loss in business?
Shilpa, I would say, like, overcoming losses, like much before, like, we might not make a detailed business plan, but we have to at least make a very basic plan of how much money will it take, and, how much profits can this make, and how long will it take, and if it needs investment, how much of investment it needs. I ran a startup, so we were funded by investors. So we raised crores of money from investors, and we used their capital to make more money. So each model works differently. It's not really like, not all businesses has to make profit right from day one. Like, if you take the example of Facebook, they made money only after so many years of running Facebook, because they got the other piece right, and there were investors in their ecosystem who could back their idea. So they had high user engagement, so they capitalized that later point in time. So how you would recover in losses, first thing first is like plan for it. And if at all you are getting into losses, probably you can be like, if at all you're already in losses, right, that is when probably you can think about what are the quickest ways you can recover from it. Because I'm sure, like, if you look at the problem, and probably you can flip that problem statement also, reverse, and see if you have any easier ways to make more money and recover from those losses. First
Okay.
thing is prevent it. If you are not able to prevent it, just brainstorm and think how you can come out of it. Because I know a lot of people who came out of the losses, if they got into it, like, knowingly or unknowingly, they took a lot of risk. And how do you recover? Again, the only difficult part is probably you might have to start from scratch, start from zero, which will be difficult. But if you're able to accept it, I think you'll be able to figure out ways on how you can recover from losses, and probably even make more profits than what you could have done it earlier.
We have a question from Soumya Reddy, ma'am. How do you define success?
Samya, success varies from person to person. See, for some people, I know, like it depends. They measure their success on the number of awards they get. Some people measure based on the amount of revenue they make, how much of profits they make. Each one measures very differently. Like, for me, success is like, being able to create wealth, and also giving an opportunity to many others to create wealth. So I believe in creating wealth more than becoming rich. Becoming rich is very different from creating wealth. So creating wealth, you can do it, like for example, if you're building a big organization, and if that is going IPO, you could give a lot of stocks, like common people can invest in you, and also, like, your employees can also hold the stock options and all. They also will become wealthy. So there are a lot of ways on learning how to create wealth. But for me, success is like, being able to create wealth, generate wealth for a lot of people. And also, like, how many people measure their for how many people I become their yardstick. Like, how many people measure, they look up to me, and they try to live the way I want. So for me, these two are the things that defines the success of any individual.
We have a question from Sharik Iqbal, ma'am. I have an e-commerce business, but I don't reach to a lot of people. I want some tips to grow my business more and more.
Iqbal, right? So, Iqbal, I think, like, probably you can, share, like, I'll try answering your question quickly. And not only Iqbal, to all the students who are asking me questions, because this is a short format, right? We have like 1 or 20 minutes time. I am trying to be quick, and, trying to give you helpful responses. But beyond this, if you have some questions, and if you want to take things forward, also, if you feel stuck and if you need any help, I'm always reachable on LinkedIn. You can just search my full name, Swati Bhavnaka. I'm there on LinkedIn and Twitter also. I am more than happy to help you out and guide you with whatever I can. And quickly answering your question on, you're running you're running an e-commerce thing. So probably details of what you're selling will be helpful, so that I can tell you the channels that you can go and further go down and increase your revenue immediately. So one quick thing that I know is people who become big e-commerces also, they take the help of existing channels like Amazon, Flipkart, eBay. A lot of options are there. They're selling it cross country. They're utilizing the same options already, because they have millions of customer base. You can easily, like, you can put your products out there, and you can lot more customers can discover your business, and you can make lot more money in it. So this is something that I would recommend. But if you are already doing this, and if you need more help on how to do it, probably I need more details on what is the thing that you're trying to sell, and where you're stuck, and how could I help you. We can take it offline.
We have a question from Sakina, ma'am. She's from JLP. How do you keep yourself motivated and consistent in accomplishing your aims?
Shekina, I think this is something that I've covered. So, I would want to create $1 billion of wealth for people. So, and this is a very huge goal that I'm running after. Thankfully, so far, the guiding universe, it has helped us in the journey. Hopefully, it will stay with us in creating that $1 billion of wealth also. So, as long as things are going, so motivation, most of the time I don't feel short. Definitely there are days where you feel low and things like that, but most of the times it was in this roller coaster ride, most of the times it was an uptick for me.
Okay. Ma'am, we have a question from Siri. How did you build up team initially to work on the points you are not good at?
Siri, I think that's a good question, because you need to know what you're good at and what you're not good at, to identify, like, you need diverse set of people in your team to keep your like business grow. So for me, it was mostly like, first comes the goal, what do you want to do, and then you devise a plan on what skills are required, and who can do this and how we can do it. So I mean, building the team for us, I think we made like n number of mistakes in building the team, starting from like, you need to work with people whom you trust. That was the first thing first, is like, we went with people whom we do not know. Like we felt that, genuinely people are talented, and we started opening up the opportunity to anyone and everyone who showed interest. And ultimately, like, there is a bit of downtime also, where it came back because it because there is no trust in it, and there are lessons and learnings that we have learned our way. I think you can keep learning, especially if you're doing it for the first time, right? The best way you can learn is through your own experiences. So for me, that has been the case. Now I'm more matured on, like, how to hire. First thing first is like hire from known networks and people whom you trust. That is the biggest thing. And apart from this, definitely they need to have that same vision. I mean, they need to be excited about the challenge, and they need to be like, they need to have the high learnability. I wouldn't say they need to have a pedigree as such, but they need to have the skill of quickly learning things along with the time, because the world is changing so rapidly. Until and unless we are agile and we don't adapt, things won't work out. So basic skills is something that we would look at. Basic these features and the values they have. Rest of the things is easy.
Okay. We have a question from Sayeda Kashifa ma'am. The youth of today do not have any kind of revenue or money, but have ideas. So what do we do about it?
Saida, I mean, good question. You said that, they don't have money, but they have lots of ideas. I would say, like, money, as I already discussed, it doesn't take a large set of money to do anything these days for your ideas. And if at all if, you don't have that initial working capital also, there are like lots of platforms where you could get crowd funded. Like, if your idea is so great, there are people who would fund you. And there are business incubators and accelerators where, you can put in your idea and say that, this is what you want to do. The ecosystem has matured, it has evolved a lot. Like, if you are able to make progress with the idea and the prototype, or if you quickly know how you can take it to the market, there are a lot of people who can support in the ecosystem. If it is not matured enough, they also tell you the same thing, like, not matured enough, probably you can rework and come back. So there's a very matured ecosystem right now that is existing. So you absolutely like I said, lots of money is not needed. So if you're able to make progress and there's a lot of traction in it or interest in it from the users, and opportunity potential is there, lots of options are there, lots of aspects are there. And probably, like, even if you're talking about like small businesses, probably you can take loans as well. So a lot of options exist. Like, if I'm talking about entrepreneurship, it is wide variety of spectrum. It depends on which one you're choosing, what is your business plan, and lots of factors it depends on. But there are many options. Like, um, according to me, money is not the primary requirement to keep you going. According to me, primary thing is what you're solving, and do you have the potential to make money in it. That is important. So as I already told you, getting immediate money also for startups and VC side of ecosystem, it need not be needed, as long as you have crazy user engagement in place. So wide variety of models exist. And capital heavy capital is no more stopping most of the people, until unless you're doing very heavy offline businesses and asset heavy businesses.
We have a question, ma'am, from BBA. How do you advertise your business?
BBA, like, like I told you, like there are 19 traction channels. Read this book, Traction. You could get it anywhere online. So yeah, you have to buy the book. Basically 19 channels exist, and advertisement, I can give you the list, right? If you talk about digital platforms, you can advertise on Google, you can advertise on Facebook, you can advertise on LinkedIn, Twitter, and these are the online channels. And like you can partner also with multiple sites where they do banner ads and things like that. And offline, big hoardings do exist, TV advertisements, PR, like this. Lot of options will exist, but ultimately you have to, for any business, figuring out a right marketing channel and strategy is important, because you need to acquire customers profitably. It is not like, you can get 10 rupees from the customer and you spend 100 rupees in getting the customer. So so that economics should work for EY. Thankfully, for us, Google, we were ranked very high on Google. So organically, we were getting like lots of customers. Like our platform has like 100K users every month. That is the amount of traffic that we were able to generate organically, because we were ranked top in Google with SEO help, because of the content and because of the kind of a unique platform we were able to build. And there was a lot of customer traction which is already there, due to which we used to get a lot of customers. Apart from this, we also used to do profitable performance ads digitally.
We have a question from Pushpalata Mama. What are the core competencies of entrepreneurship? What are the key concepts of entrepreneurship?
Pushpalata ma'am, this is
Yes, ma'am.
okay. I'm like I said, competencies is like, the learnability, and the commitment. I mean, those are the only things that are needed. And core components of business, I would say, core component is like, what are you solving, what is the problem you're solving, what is your solution for which you think customers will pay money for you. Discovering that the basics of business. You don't need to have 5 years business plan and all. You just need to have a vague idea on what is this. Like if we take example of EY, we had a vague idea of millions of people who would get married and who would use our platform. But eventually when we went into the market, right, parents are not online and they were not trusting our platform. So we had to immediately like switch. There is no other choice. So we switched to the other occasions, because parents were ready. Like they were ready to do their kids birthday parties. And in Bangalore the market is crazy. They do kids party every year, like every year, from turning 1 to turning 13, they do. And if you calculate two children doing two birthdays every year for 10 years, the market size seems to be huge. And we validated it. We launched the platform and we got the paying customer next day itself. So that's how we were able to discover that, this is something that is going to work. And approximately this might be the market size, and approximately this is how we think we can fund our business and we can attract the investors, so and so.
Thank you, Swati ma'am.
Ma'am, we have one more question. As an entrepreneur, we make many mistakes. So, what are the mistakes you wished you could have avoided?
I think right, mistakes, definitely mistakes will happen. I don't want to avoid any of those mistakes, because I could have not learned if I didn't do those mistakes. And apart from doing mistakes, there is no other way you can learn. So
What are the challenges you faced when you started your career?
career, I think for me, not much challenges. Touch wood, opportunities were always there, and I was always reaching out for the opportunities. And I just used internet. I'm telling you the same thing. I used internet. You also use internet. Find a lot of opportunities. Whatever your challenges are, there are many good people out there who can help. Take help.
We have a question from Sayyada Gauzia, ma'am. Can you suggest the ways to overcome difficulty in a startup?
Saida, ways to overcome difficulty. This is quite generic. If you can tell me any particular use case, probably I'll be able to, suggest something better.
Okay. What factors affect a startup? It is from Ruchita.
Ruchita. Ruchita, primary thing is like, the market you're operating in. Do people need your solution or not? Do people need your solution? If yes, how many people need your solution? And are you okay with that size? This is a single most thing that is important for any and every business.
Okay, we have a question from Kiran Mahima. How to attract customers in online business?
Kiranmai, I think probably like there are like tons of resources on YouTube on how you can do this better, how you can attract it. One is like why should somebody care? You just think about that aspect and try discovering why not somebody for example, like if I'm doing something, I think about why should I care about this, and if I know why I should care about this, I would jot down and I would try to sell those points, not really like salesy on like this is the product, this is the price and things like that. There are many aspects that you might have to think, like how you can attract better. Like for example, if your product is something that hundreds of people sell, so how do you differentiate? Probably you can differentiate with your customer service. So how do you differentiate? So that aspect, you just think what makes it different, and probably try projecting that point. How what imagery, nice, how to do nice videos, all those things. Lots of resources are there on YouTube. For me, YouTube is like a university, so you don't pay fee also there, but it is an open school where you can learn anytime and every time. Like lots of people are sharing lots of stuff over there, so probably you can discover more. And if you're not able to discover such resources, just let me know. I will look up and I'll share that with you.
We have a question from Kiran Mahima that is done. Sabiha, at any point in life, will there be any regrets for an entrepreneur?
Sabina, I think, I mean, regrets. I'm not really sure because it depends from person to person. Maybe it feels scary after some time, or probably you get scared like looking at your own journey. But but I think regrets. I think it varies from person to person. So if you very well know what you're getting into, and if you're doing it, probably the chances are low.
We have a question from Prashanti. How to become a good entrepreneur? Is there any factors? Are there any factors? Maybe her question.
So how do you become good
Become a
is
good
like,
entrepreneur. Yeah.
yeah, how do you become a good entrepreneur? I would say that, don't try to become a good entrepreneur at all. So that's not what we are supposed to do. You make more money, that's it. I mean, if your point is like how to make more money, then probably I can suggest better. Like our system, we are trained in such a way that we are trained to be like good girls and good human beings. I mean, all those things ultimately they don't help.
We have a question from Siri ma'am. How do you reach out startups to recruiters? How do you reach out startups to recruiters?
So can you please clarify? I mean, startups reaching to recruiters or
Recruit,
recruiters
yeah.
starting to?
So Siri, if you want a clarified answer, please retype the question in a proper way. Then we have Sadia Akhtar, business owner. Ma'am, as business owner, what are your top 3 priorities?
Sadhya, my top three priorities would always be the business growth. The first is the users, then the business growth. These are the priorities all the time.
We have a question from Sayada Amina Irum. Ma'am, how can we reach out to investors?
How? I think there are like lots of platforms that are there. And like I said, first thing first is like to evaluate what kind of business you're doing, and is how relevant it is for the investors. So if it is relevant and for them, if you think it makes sense, then that is when we reach out to investors. And there is a process for reaching out to investors. Like, if you talk about angel investors or VC, wide variety of investors exist. Like, there are family offices there who do small investments, there are loans, there are like lots of options. But it depends on what is the business that you're doing. Probably, like, if you can define what kind of business you're doing, probably I'll be able to suggest what is more relevant. So that is when we reach out. But if at all your business is relevant, and if it is relevant to raise private equity and things like that, lot of platforms are there where people are available. We can just reach out, and they would respond. But getting started, I'm sure it might be a little difficult. So if at all you need any help, so you can always reach out to me. I could I could evaluate, and probably I can see, oh, what's the best thing, and probably I can suggest based on whatever I have already done.
We have a question from Jamie Mama. Ma'am, as an entrepreneur, we make many mistakes. So, what are the mistakes you wished you could have avoided?
Jamina, I think I don't know if this question is repeat. I don't
Yeah,
want to
it's
avoid.
repeated.
I don't
Yeah.
want to avoid anything.
Safa, ma'am, according to you, what type of business should be set up based on Indian society that works for a long time?
Safina, I think as an entrepreneur, we need to. I mean, if you're an entrepreneur, you need to decide what it is. But in general, if you're looking at, what are there, I'm sure like lots of problems are there. Whatever is your interest in that field, probably if you try exploring, probably if you can tell me what is your field of interest, then probably I'll be able to suggest current gaps, and probably we can dig deeper also and find more opportunities which can survive for the long term.
Yeah. We have a question from Sabah Sultana. Which books will you recommend us to get inspired and motivated towards entrepreneurship?
Sabah, like I said, memoirs, you can pick memoirs. Two two memoirs which I can suggest right away is, like, one is Losing My Virginity by Richard Branson, and the other thing is Shoe Dog by Phil Knight. These two are the books that I suggest, because these are very easy to read, easy to get started. It is not difficult. If you read more books and if you want to read it in detail, probably I can suggest other books. But for anyone and everyone to get started, these are really good books where you get an idea of what would this look like, and you will get a fair idea of what it is like, and in a fun way. And if you find it interesting and exciting, probably you can read more serious books.
Ma'am, we have a question from Nasreen, and ma'am is a faculty. Do you have to register a startup? If yes, what is the procedure?
Nazreen ma'am, so the procedure is quite simple now. It has become very simple in India to register an entity. It gets finished in one day. So it is there on internet on how to register the business. But before it used to take months of time, and now you're able to do it in a day time. That is what I mean. Indian government, they have progressed very well, and you can do it within a day. And the process is pretty straightforward. If at all you need that link and all, I can share the link with you on how to register. And also, I see a lot of people, especially in the startup ecosystem, they are trying to register in Singapore and USA than registering in India, because of the valuations, and that is all together a different ball game. But they're doing that. I just share that inputs here in case if somebody in this in this kind of interest or fascination they have, probably they know this little bit of input. Whenever they arrive at it, they remember this things exist at least.
Yes.
We
Thank
have
you.
a question from Nandini. Ma'am, what are the opportunities for non-technicals?
Nandini, opportunities for non-technical, I think even I know a lot of non-technical people who are doing tech. sort of businesses. So they're like so it really depends on, probably if you can help me with what branch you're from and what are your fields of interest, probably I will be able to tell you some examples which can give you more clarity on uh, what are the opportunities. Otherwise I can always say that there are opportunities for everyone, which is not a helpful answer, I know.
We have a question from Kushi Lama. Is NI MSME helpful for every startup?
Not really. MISME, I think they are for small businesses, not really for startup. Like I said, entities vary. So each entity is different. We need to know which entity is what and where you need to take that support.
I think Siri has retyped the question. Ma'am. How do you reach out startups to recruiters when we are in college? She mean to say, what is the recruitment procedure you have adopted in order to recruit the people from the college?
From colleges, basically, for us, before we used to reach out to a lot of colleges, right? Wherever we think for that role, which colleges suit the most. But what happened was the cycle was taking longer, especially like, if you get in touch with this college, probably next year you will get the result. So, in that way, but running startups, it is quite challenging because we have to do it really, really fast. And mostly if we initiate this year and if it is happening next year, right, mostly that might not be helpful. But we have collaborated with many campuses in the past. We reached out to them because we believed freshers have a lot of potential, and each organization have different set of belief systems. So if they think that experience once they want, they might not even reach out to colleges. So, but and most likely, like if we are coming from some colleges, right, we tend to go to our alumni. Like we tend to go to Bits Pilani for hiring again. So it works that way because we tried going to other campuses with EY when we didn't have a great experience there. So we thought that you'll have to go and reach out to alumni or people whom you know and hire from there. So that's how it works.
Ma'am, we have one more question. Vashishta, any suggestions on edutech startups?
Vasishta, suggestions means edutech, it is booming right now. Everyone is talking about edutech startups only now. Um, EduTech, I think right now it is going in a very, very different way. Wherever their money is, investors are investing a lot of money in it, and a lot of people who don't believe that coding and all those things are right for kids at that age at all. So lots of things are going in this, but I also know people who are doing it in a right way in EduTech. They are not getting funded as much as the others are getting. So lots of things, like, and again edutech is like so vast, like there are so many entrepreneurs who try to do many things in edutech. I mean, some people they try to do with preschool, some people are doing it for schools and then colleges and then for engineers. Like lots of people are going after these folks. I would say that a bigger opportunity exists because once the college is over, nobody cares about your learning and all. Nobody tells you how to learn, how to upskill and all. There also there is a bigger opportunity if you would want to tap, and which nobody is looking at.
We have a question from Reshma. How to make people to attract and do business in network marketing?
Network marketing, so I have no idea. I'm not into network marketing at all. So how to attract and all, I'm not really sure. One thing what I know is, in general, if you're doing entrepreneurship, you will have to sell to a lot of people. It might be your customers, it might be your partners, it might be your employees, it might be anyone. So you need to really be good at selling your vision. Selling means not really like salesy type of conversations where you go after and where you follow up and you make the other people mad. I'm not talking about that. Talking about, like you have that skill of narrating your vision and signing up people. So even if it is network marketing, I really think the basic is the same. If you're able to convey that vision and how they can benefit, probably they will come. They'll believe in your story and they'll get attracted.
We have a question from Pushpalata Mama.
Again.
Uh, can you please share some tips or ideas to students about entrepreneurship career paths?
Tips and ideas, ma'am. Tips I have already told. Idea,
Yeah.
I would say, internet has a lot of like. Even if you search right now, what are the best startup ideas? I'm sure there are like lots of videos that you will bump into, and there are a lot of articles that you will bump into. Many ideas are there. Any, like I said, any category and every category, lot of options are there. You just have to identify the gaps, and you'll have to do that homework. So I would say, like, as simple as the same Google search, like, what ideas I can work, what are the best ideas that I can work now. It will pop lot of options, and talking to lot of people who are doing that, that will give you more idea on how people in general they are approaching. Like, if you are on Twitter or LinkedIn also works, because a lot of people are there on LinkedIn. If you see, like, let's say, evibe.in, I'm sure you might have not heard about this model at all in the past. So like this, there are like so many models that are there in the market. So probably when we keep exploring, that is when probably, like, we can also, like, because you will have so many wide variety of options, you can think and you can relate to probably few of them and try it out, because ultimately it depends on your field of interest. uh, Everything might not fascinate everyone.
Thank you,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
we are left with two more questions, ma'am. Do you face
Yes.
challenges in maintaining balance between your professional and personal life?
Challenges, being a woman, I think, definitely it is there. But I mean, for me, I mean, I try to remove, as many things as possible, which comes my way, as simple as, like, US, I did lot of, I mean, in US you have to do everything by yourself. So based on that experience, I decided not to do any of the household work. So I'm not saying anything against people who do household work, but I thought those are the simplest things that you can remove off your schedule. Like, I have a maid, I have a cook. They're very great support system, who are helping me out, apart from, like, emotional support and all. So it is mostly like, and also, we plan to have kids later, so that, that won't take away my time in the first startup. So in that way I could make some trade-offs, but eventually, like, you need to have kids, right? So that will take eventually good amount of time. Probably that time I would like to take more support, and see where I have to be present and where I can delegate. So this, if we are able to make peace with it. And when you delegate also, I know a lot of women, they're very perfectionist, and they don't want to give away that piece, and they feel that, there also things are missing. I would say, if I mean, what you want to do, if you have that clarity and make that trade off, you decide where your presence will matter the most. Just be present there. Rest of the things you just take help. That's it.
We have a question from K. Preeti. Ma'am, why did you choose entrepreneur as your career? Why not any other path?
Preeti, like I said, this happened to me, I mean, unintentionally, unknowingly. This is not something that I planned. I didn't dream, like, I have to become the best entrepreneur of the world, or probably businesswoman of India. That was not my ambition. But once I got into it, yeah, those ambitions are there now. But before getting into it, for me, it was mostly like, while I was working at a startup. I felt that with my skills, I can do bigger work. And coming from tech background, I always felt that, with technology, you can reach millions of people, right? Physically, you can not do. Physically, doing it for thousands of people also is difficult. So that I realized, and I was always fascinated to build something for millions of people, like how millions of people use Google search, how millions of people use Google Maps. In that way, I was very fascinated to build something for millions of people. So that has got me started on entrepreneurship journey. And also ultimately, our inspiration is Bill and Melinda Gates. I mean, they come from tech background, so I could relate to them, like, because coming from tech and not getting into politics, but still making a lot of impact on the world. They are our inspiration, and that continues to drive me. So entrepreneurship, because it is very high risk, and you will also get high reward. Hmm.
We have a question from Sanjana ma'am, maybe last two questions. How can I gather people interested in a particular business I'm interested in?
Sanjana, that's what I told you. Probably you look out. Mostly everyone starts with their own network, because that's the trusted people whom you can go to. That's the biggest lesson that I've learned. So probably I would also share the same thing with you as well. So reach out to people whom you think, whom you are inspired. Like when you talk to them, normally you know what kind of people they are, and all those things, right? If you think any of them would be interested in what you are doing, reach out to them and try telling your story on why you want to do this, and why it might be a great thing for them to invest also. So share your vision, plus genuinely think if it will be helpful for them or not. If you believe it is helpful for them, it will take them places. Tell them, convey them, they will come. If they're not coming, then probably, like, might not be the right people. You might have to try with multiple people, especially because in startup nothing is defined, right? Selling your vision is, it gets really tough when things are straightforward, defined. If somebody say like, hey, join Amazon, it is very easy to go and join Amazon, because things are all, it's a safety net, and things are guaranteed. But at the same time, if you join Amazon, there are millions of people already. So how will you get that advantage? You won't get that advantage. So if you're able to put that point across, and if the other person is able to connect, then yeah. So selling the vision is the most important skill. That is my recent learning also, to attract anyone, investors, partners, team, anyone. Just think about how big of a vision it is, and how genuinely it benefits them. That is most important. If you don't think it will benefit them, don't do it.
Last question, ma'am. Uh, how can we handle uncertainty and adversity?
Uncertainty and adversity might not, I'm not, I don't know if I'm the right person or not, because business adversities, it is very easy to handle. If it is emotionally, it is really really tough to handle that part, and probably there's a bigger support system who can do that. Touch wood, nobody, I mean, god forbid, you should not be going through those things. But business adversities, for us also, I think it made us tougher. I mean, it made us come back faster. Like this year, I think it was a turnaround. If pandemic didn't happen, we would have not thought about entering into the gaming space, which is much bigger, what we were planning to do. It allows us to do that. So I mean, it will make you, uh, I mean, they will make or break is what people say, but it will mostly make you most of the time, because you will face the challenge, and you will decide, and you will ultimately, like, when you overcome the challenge, the experience that you get, and the confidence you get out of that experience is very, very high.
Ma'am, we have two more. How can we handle our college studies and entrepreneurship? It may be so tough to handle. I take it mean to say she's from BSc MScs, ma'am.
Okay, what's her name?
Her name is Sabah Begum.
Sabha. Sabha, I think it is a very genuine question, and we also feel that mostly managing so many things is so difficult. Not only for student, right? Once you finish studies, you will understand how many more things are there to handle. School and college is the best place where you have very less responsibilities. At least emotionally, you don't have much things to take care of. But that said, I do understand your challenge of managing your course and all those things. So I would say same thing, like, look, prioritize, delegate, and whatever you think is important for you to do, you do that. You'll be able to figure out, because I know a lot of students who are doing that. I see, like, people who are able to achieve big things, they figure out. they figure out, they do a lot of things in parallel and they figure out. And I don't suggest also, like, 24/7 you have to work. No, I don't suggest that. Be effective with your work. Take time off, all those things you need to balance, just be effective. And managing, I think probably you can talk to, like, more students also, because I know a lot of students who are doing that beautifully. I mean, it's tough for them, but they're working hard. So if you would like to talk to them and learn from them, probably you will learn more from them than me answering it in one word, one line or one sentence, right? Probably you can talk, and if at all you're determined to do, you can definitely talk to lot, lot more students, connect, and see how they're doing it, and probably you can also learn. And if you want to, reach out to such students, I can also connect to such students, because I know some students who are doing that really well.
Last question, ma'am. Do you face any problem during lockdown, and what are the steps you have taken to solve them?
Lockdown mostly, I think it kept me occupied, because business itself went to zero, right? So when it goes to zero, you're almost like zero, like whatever you have built all these years. It never felt made me feel stuck and all, but that challenge was so exciting that it has gotten me into it. And we were working a crazy number of hours for like probably for so many months. I think that is a like time that I cherish the most, because I have learned, so much in just this last 6 months that I was not able to do in the last 6 years. It's not like I haven't learned anything in the last six, but last 6 months, I think I would rate that as like 5 times higher than what I have learned in the last 6 years, because the kind of crazy tough challenges that we had and we had to overcome. But one thing that was there is, like, once we've solved most of the challenges and now you have time, right? Now really I'm like bored, like working from home, and I'm trying to go out. I'm just trying to get some because not going to office and all, not going and meeting people. I'm very social person, so I'm not getting to meet a lot of people. So that fatigue is there, like, all the time. Like this workshop also, if it is happening offline,
Yeah.
much more, you would get a lot more experiences out of it, right? Like, there is other speaker Rani, so she's my friend. Probably we would have drive along together, attend this, catch up also on how things are going. So those things is something that I'm missing. I'm just trying to see actively, how I can. Virtually I've done, I mean, virtually I met so many people, and I'm bored of meeting people virtually now, so I would want to, like, and what I'm trying to do is, we looked up a co-working space where we can go and work, because just sitting at home and working, I mean, that's not helping. So a lot of people are talking about mental health. I thought I would also share my piece, like, once that challenge was over, and once in this gaming also we figured out what will work, we know how it is going to work out, and all that journey is exciting. But now it is more like I get more time to relax. So the more time I get to relax, the more irritating it is becoming for me.
Okay, ma'am, we have last question. Uh, if you had one piece of advice to someone just starting out, what would it be?
Advice, I would say, know your know your game well and play to win.
Okay. Uh, Last question, ma'am. What is your LinkedIn name? Sorry, I missed it out.
Yeah, so my full name is SWATHI. Probably I can type it in chat.
Yeah, yeah, chat.
Where is this? I'm typing my full name. So if you type my full name on Google, also you will get my LinkedIn profile. You will get my Twitter profile, and this is also my number. I'm sharing my number also if somebody wants help.
Nice of you, ma'am.
Yeah. So this is my full name, Swati Bhavanaka, and I would be more than happy to help because rapid fire questions definitely. So many questions I got in this workshop. I was thinking that if we open to students, probably they might be shy and they might not ask much. And I myself was thinking that probably will pre-populate a lot more questions. And also, I had more questions for you guys. Like if somebody in this audience, if you have any startup idea, what is that idea? And probably like if somebody were sharing their ideas, probably I thought we could brainstorm also. But I think the amount of questions that I've got in this session is insane. It's really good that a lot of you are hungry to learn and do take up entrepreneurship. So that's really exciting.
We started this session with the intention that we will orient the students about entrepreneurship as a career, but they already are into the pathway, ma'am.
Yeah, it is very, very exciting. If you have already begun, there's nothing like it if you haven't started. But if you want to do also, you do it. I'm sure if you're attending this workshop in the morning, Friday morning, I'm sure you are very excited about this session. That's why you're here. So, and I could see that energy with your questions, and I'm sure, like lots of experience that you will have to gain. But I'm sure, like lots of things also might have been helpful for you to get started. And one thing from my side is I tried to answer in the format that is there for this workshop. But I'm sure, like if I'm
Um,
going to any session, also one line answers are not that helpful. So if you feel you need more help, you should certainly reach out to me, and I'll be more than happy to help.
Ma'am, one more last question we have. She's keeping
Yeah,
on asking it.
sure, sure.
Is entrepreneurship a has a long life?
Entrepreneurship as a long life means, like once you get started as an entrepreneur, right, you will just keep going and going and going. And I don't think so there is end to it. Like for us also, I got into evibe.in without knowing, and now this gaming startup also I got into it again unknowingly only. It's not like I want to do back to back stints with the ideas and all. But I think once that bug bites you of creating something and creating something that is helping others, you will keep doing it.
Uh, on behalf of IIC St.Ann, I would like to thank Swati Bhavanaka ma'am for enlightening the students about entrepreneurship and the significance of 5 Ws. If we answer this 5 Ws, I hope everyone can know their capability in them and do their best. And as a token of appreciation, ma'am, we are sharing a certificate of appreciation for being a part of this workshop and sharing your expertise with the students. And I would like to thank on behalf of IIC that indeed it was a great pleasure you having here, ma'am, and answering all such nearly 50 questions with lot of patience. And thank you for that, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sujata ma'am, and also the team of St.Ann for giving me this opportunity to be of some help to the students here. Definitely answering 50 questions. I have not done that in the past in one particular hour. So it's mostly it is very, very exciting to answer so many questions for the people. And I'm more than happy, like, so many people are attending this session Friday morning, and I would love to be of help to each one of you. That is the purpose of doing this. And I would also like to thank Rani for introducing me to this ecosystem. I'm not sure Rani is here listening or not, but I think thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be of some help to the students. And I wish to be there and help them in their journey.
Thank you, ma'am.
Uh,
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I hand over the session to Nasreen for the second session, entrepreneurial skills.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Sujata, ma'am. And thank you, Swati. Very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome Mr. Jignesh Talsila, sir. Warm welcome, sir. And I would like to welcome you with a virtual green greeting as it is our tradition at St. Anne's College. Mr. Jignesh Talsila is a CEO co-founder at Perspect AI. His organization, Perspect AI, is mostly into talent retention and giving jobs and recruitment. This is a company which helps in enabling organizations to attract and hire and retain talent without any bias. He founded this organization in the year 2016, and he's also a co-founder and core member at Geetham University. He's been involved there since May 2011. There are many achievements to his credit. He's built a solar car for expedition across regions of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana to create awareness on best practices of farming. He specializes in psychometrics, candidate experience, gaming, VR, human
Miss
resources.
Nasreen,
Yes, sir.
thank
Good
you very
morning.
much for the introduction. I would not let's not go into those details. I'll take it from here. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, sir. Really, hearty welcome to St. Anne's and this workshop, sir.
It's a pleasure having me here. Thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, I could see a lot of young students here, almost 379 in number. That's a good number to turn out. I'm really excited to talk to all of you. I was listening to your last couple of questions to Ms. Swati. Looks to be a very interesting audience as well in terms of interactiveness. So let me open this conversation by giving you the agenda for it. So we are at 11:30 now. Ideally, we'll be taking this conversation till 12:30 and 1 p.m. So the first 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, I would spend the time talking about my journey in terms of the profile what Ms. Nasrin was trying to give you. I will take you through the context of it. And then from there, we'll get deep dive into a few questions. I would like to see first the context where you are coming from, what kind of questions you have. And the last part, the second part of it, the second half hour, will spend it on the skills required. So that's where the core topic is. And the last half an hour is again open for the conversation. So that's how we'll keep it. So I need you all to be very interactive. You can turn on the mic, talk back. That's what I would like to hear instead of text. I would like to hear the question straight from your mouth. So feel free to come in whenever you want. Just raise your hand when I'm talking. Otherwise, you can always ask your questions. So before we start, I'll give you a quick context about myself. No one can give a better introduction about myself than me, so let me do that. So I am an entrepreneur, a first generation entrepreneur, I would say. So until my eighth standard or ninth standard, business is a very far-fetched term. First time we moved to a different city from the village to a village, and that's where my parents had to find their way of livelihood, and they figured it out by doing different types of works, and that's when I saw what a business could be. Until then, business is a foreign term for me. But then I started realizing what's the ups and downs, what's the pros and cons, because I've been seeing my parents throughout my college days when I was studying engineering to send 3,000 rupees on a monthly basis for my rental and expenses. It was a tough job for them back in the day. So I know what were the tough things that they were going through, and etc. etc. But then again, I ended up getting into the same journey in spite of knowing the pitfalls in that particular journey. So what made me do that? Why did I move from a well-paid job or well-paid opportunities as a salaried employee to an entrepreneur at the age of 21? And after 3 to 4 years of entrepreneurship, I had to quit. I had to pause and go back to a job. Why did that happen? And why would any one of you be in such situation in future as well? And again, after 1 year in the job, I couldn't stay there for long. I had to start my company again in 2016. So what happened there again? And what am I doing right now? So this will be the conversation that will happen in the first 10 minutes. I'll briefly touch upon points. If you want to know about any particular aspect, raise a question and we'll go deep into that. So the idea again is, here is a large crowd who wants to become entrepreneurs or who want to explore the path of entrepreneurship. And the goal for me right here is today to answer your questions, to help you get the right direction so that I could see a few entrepreneurs coming out of you, successful eventually. So that's the whole expectation I have when I agreed to join this particular conversation. So without further ado, let me start my journey. I went to a university called Geetham University in Vizag. I was a graduate from 2008 to 2012 in mechanical engineering. Back in the day, mechanical engineering was the fad, so I want to become that mass rebel candidate. So I went on to choose the mechanical engineering, and then first 2 years I was not a I was not really great at studies, but I was the CR of the class, so I had to see both sides of the world. I was always the last bencher. I was that person who in the second semester took one book, just one book, put it in the back pocket, and bunk all the classes and just skip around. So I was that kind of person in the beginning of my college. But then I met a few teachers. I met a few people in my life. It could be juniors, it could be my colleagues, it could be my teachers, my lecturers, because of whom a lot changed in my life by the time I came to the end of my second year. So my third year, I started to focus on creating something of value. It need not be education. It need not be the credits and scores that you receive, but it's something of value where you really are satisfied at the end of the day and sleep happily like a kid. So that's what I wanted to have in my life, and that's what gave me the kick back in the day in my third year and fourth year of college. So at that point, we were making projects. We created a robot, took it to the NASA Kennedy Space Center. That's the Sriharikota of the NASA, where they launch all the space shuttles. So we were there. We took our robot. Our robot was designed to go to the moon and excavate the sand and mine the mineral called regolith from the sand of the moon. So and this whole thing has to be controlled from the earth. And we bunch of mechanical engineers built the whole robot in less than 5 lakh rupees. In fact, the first robot was 1.5 lakh rupee, and it was great to be there. Our robot failed on the terrain, on the moon terrain, as we went to the NASA. But the good thing is ours is the cheapest. So the next cheaper robot is from the University of Iowa at 25 lakh rupees. So that's when people started looking at us, not because we were successful, but because we could do something with nothing. So that's the common trait all of us Indians have, the trait of jugaad. So we'll talk about that later in the skills of entrepreneurship. But that's what helped us to go to the next level. Back in 2012, again, the team went and represented there. This time we updated the cost. We got some sponsorships. It's a 5 lakh rupee robot, and it successfully went through the whole process and stood in the top five. So that's the journey of the NASA. But then when we came back from NASA, a lot happened. We got those newspaper publicity. We got those huge banners and publicity in the college campus and everything. So when you start going on the roads, everyone says, "Ose wade ne, ose wadera, ore wadera." So that kind of conversation goes on. So we were really proud about ourselves that we were doing something great. But then something really interesting happened to us. One fine day, our college also used to have a biotechnology department. So a farmer was invited to our college. This farmer was supposed to be the James Bond of the farming equipment in the local regions of Vijayanagaram, Srikakulam. Any farmer who has a problem of mechanical equipment or have to create a new equipment, they would go to this farmer. So this farmer was invited to our campus, and we were the pride of the college at the moment. So we were introduced to him. Sir, these are the champions. These are the people who went to NASA and stood there. Desh ka naam roshan kiya tha. So all this BS. But we were all really over. I think it's the age and it's the maturity. So we were really proud about ourselves. So, hey, farmer kya karega? We are better than them. We are topes. So that's the kind of attitude we had. But then this farmer was asking us questions. Okay, what did you do? What happened? We told them with all the intelligence and knowledge. And then at the end, he asked one question, a very, very simple question, which I would say kind of changed our lives. The question is, yeah, what have you done? Amazing stuff. But tell me, how is this useful to people here? Blank. We were talking and talking and talking. We were so feeling the James Bondiness that, I know everything types. And really, we know everything about the subject. Definitely, we know that. But is that enough? Now, that answer came to us that particular day. How is it helpful to people around us? If it is not really helpful to whatever, if whatever we do is not helpful to people around us, what's the use of doing it? Who is taking the benefit of it? Who is really happy about it? So these are the questions that stuck deep that particular day. So silently, we went back to the canteen. That's our hub. We want to be in the center, and everyone looks around, walks around. They look at us. They don't want to talk to us, but they. So we want that attention, just like any of you. That age is like that. You need that attention. But then that particular day, we did not bother about anything around us. Not even that girl who was seeing me for the last 3 months from that corner. No one, nothing. The goal is all about that's what are we doing? So immediately we called in the juniors. So we used to have a gang of juniors and seniors, close to 40, 50 people. So all of them were called, summoned, I would say. All of them came in, started discussing. Yeah, whatever we're doing here is not really adding any value. We need to create impact. Tell me problem statements. People started talking all kinds of silly problem statements because the problem is we do not know what the problems are. That's the biggest problem of humanity. That's the biggest problems of today's youth. We do not know what the real problems are. So we do not know. Really, we do not know. Our academic systems were not practical. We do not go onto the field. We really don't know what's happening on the ground. We live in the books. So we really, really do not know the problems. So everything was bullshit. Everything was bullshit. Until a junior came out with a very, very, very interesting problem. Now that changed a lot for all of us at Geetham. Right? So what was this problem? This kid, this junior, comes from a village called Ramapuram in Srikakulam. It's on the highway of towards Srikakulam, 120 kilometers away from Vizag. So the point is, these guys have this particular junior has 50 acres of land around, and they have a sugarcane growing there. And those who are from the farming background, they would know sugarcane needs a lot of water. You give it more water, it would really do well. But the problem is, back in the day, it was 2011. Back in the day, the Rajshekar Reddy already gave free power, but it was limited only at certain time of the day. So the water and the power are not enough. That's problem number one. Now the problem number two, which is more interesting, is there's a small canal, a small water flow going between the farm, which is going towards the sea. It starts somewhere and it's a very, very small canal. It's going towards the sea. Now, the farm is at this height. The canal is flowing at this height. When it is fully flooded, it would come here. But otherwise, in most of the days, the height at which it flows is this. Now, if someone has to use the water from this canal, they have to put a pump and up the water, lift the water. Now, for a pump to run, you need electricity. And back in the day, electricity only used to come in the midnight. In the farms, in the midnight, it's all really tough. Otherwise, they have to use diesel generators. So every day using diesel generators and diesel pumps, it's a lot of cost and money. So this is a problem statement. You have water available, but can't use it. Without water, the production is not really good. What do we do? That's when the kick-ass team came together. They came together and they started discussing solutions. At the same time, I was in third year then. Around the same time, we had the subject called fluid dynamics. So it was all about fins, turbines, what should be the blade angle, angle of attacks, and a bunch of things, which we never really know what's the use of them. But when the problem statement came right onto our face, we immediately started connecting to the subject. Think about this. Until then, you'd never know why you're really studying that particular subject. 99% of us would never know why we are studying Laplace transforms of Fourier series in first year M1, M3s. But when you really know a problem where you can apply this, that's when your brain starts working. It really comes with the intelligent ways of connecting the dots. The neural pathways will kick in. Everything is in your brain. It just has to connect through, and finally the solution will evolve. So those neurons started firing, and then the neural pathways started creating, and that gave us the solution. Can we create a turbine just like the power plants, put it there, generate electricity, and with that electricity, can we pump through using a centrifugal pump and pump that water across? Now, it's all simple on the paper. As long as you're in class, this is pretty simple. So in the classroom, we put them all on paper, took out the drafters, drafted the whole design, and rolled it. 20 bikes, 40 people on a Sunday, we went. Now think about this. This is the ground reality. Your assumption of problems. Sometimes you do not know problems. Sometimes you know the problem. You think you know the solution, but the solutions are not really the solution because the ground reality is something else. When you get contact with the ground, that's when you really know what the solution is and how effective your solution is. So we went to the ground. We realized that our solution will not work. Why? Now this is even more interesting because the canal, yes, it's lower, it's flowing. The speed at which it is flowing is very, very slow. The volume of water that is being dispersed, the height is pretty small. This is called head. In the language of fluid dynamics, it's called head, the height at which it's all there. It gives the potential energy. The speed gives the kinetic energy. You need energy to convert into another form. Only then you could generate electricity. In Srisalem turbines and Nagarjuna Sagar turbines, what they do is they take the water up and then they release it from the top. So a potential energy is created. Now that potential energy hits the blade, and the blade rotates, rotational kinetic energy, and that gives you the energy in electricity form. Now, in this case, the kinetic energy is too low. It can't even turn a turbine at a speed of more than 10 RPM, 10 revolutions per second. But to run a pump, you need 1600 RPM, 1500 to 1600 RPM. How do we do it? That's when a local mechanic came to help. He was a tractor mechanic, in fact, tractor welding mechanic. He said, we have a lot of those tractor blade metal pieces left, the backside trolley metal pieces left. Go and check. They are in the rice mill. We went. There are 8 blades, eight pieces of metal, and each piece was 40 kgs of weight. Everyone was thinking, how can we even use this? 8 blades together, it would be some 300 to 400 kgs. That's when the idea struck. Yeah, there is a concept of moment of inertia. Can we use it? We went back to H.C. Verma days, the +1, +2. So the idea is Newton's first law and second law, very interesting. Now, everyone knows Newton's third law, but no one really cares about Newton's first law and second law. They really talk about this. An object sustains in a particular motion or rest until an external force is applied. Now, the idea was if we can keep this rotating even at 2 RPM or 3 RPM, that's fine, without making it stop. And that needs a lot of torque. So the idea is, a lot of you who might not be mechanical engineers, they might not get it. So I'll simplify this. We created the turbine with 8 blades of 40 kgs each. And the slow water movement was channeled in. It is pushing the blade very slowly. It turns. But the point is, if you put your hand in between, it will slowly cut it and turn, continue to turn. The torque is so much that any force can't stop it once it starts the motion. So that is what we use to convert. We brought in the torque converters, we use the pulley system, we use the gear system, and then we brought it all down to a simpler version of a pump. And that pump started pumping water. In 2 months, we created this whole exercise. In July 2011, we officially opened this. And since then, even today, it has been pumping water free of cost to 50 acres around without electricity on any given day. 9 months, as long as there is water. The video is available to you on YouTube. Uh, you could search for Power Generation Gusac for All, GUSSEFORALL. Maybe I'll share the link towards the end. So that gave us the first kick in our life. This is our first success, actual success. And the beauty about success is, like most of you know, success is like dairy milk silk. What is it? Dairy milk silk. What is the best part about dairy milk silk? You eat it once, you want more, right? So for us, for the first time, we got that success. Forget about what people were talking about us, forget about the press coverage, forget about everything else. We know that we created impact. We know that people can live happily out there with us solving their problem. Now that is the kick of an entrepreneur. For you, when you start your entrepreneurship journey, you will end up coming across a lot of troubles every day. Every day it'll make you quit. It'll make you think of quitting. Just like you preparing for exams. Every minute you try to quit preparing for the exam. But there is a purpose driving it. What is the purpose for an exam? To get the immediate pass mark. In here, the purpose is even more stronger. You know the outcome, you know the final result, and that joy when you get that result will kick you in to make it till the end. If you recently have watched this Surya's movie on Air Deccan, how many problems had he gone through? How many problems? Akasmeni Hadura. But he did not give up. But the real story is even more tougher. In the real story, he even contested for elections in between. He did a lot of other things until finally he achieved that success. It's a long path. It is not so easy for all of us to get it as simple as Mark Zuckerberg's or a few people in India, say for example, Oyo's Ritesh or someone else. For them, they were lucky that they got the success in 3 to 4 years. But in most of the cases, in 90% of the cases, you will not be successful because you quit. In 10% of the cases, you will be successful, but it will be anywhere between 8 to 20 years. It's a long journey. It's not a girlfriend affair, it's a marriage affair. Got it? So it's not a very short-term activity for you. It's a long-term activity. You need to be committed to the idea. Every day you'll have those fights and struggles. But what drives you is the final love towards that. So that's how we ended up creating the first successful social impact project. So once we faced that, we thought we'll only do this. We don't go to NASA anymore. So we haven't never participated later. So that's when we created Geetham University Science and Activity Center. Every day we used to bring in students. After 4 o'clock in the evening, I and a bunch of seniors go there, and we have a board where any person can come and say, this is the topic I want to learn. And then we will learn those topics and teach them every day after 4 o'clock. The classes used to go till 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. People used to ask about random stuff. How is beer prepared? How do you fly? How does aeroplanes fly? So all kinds of questions we prepare. And we take the classes. Every weekend, we used to have practical assignments. A simple assignment could be like this. We give chalk piece to everyone, ask them to go to the 6th floor and drop the chalk piece. Now the challenge is, whose chalk piece comes last without breaking, that's the winner. Now you can do anything to your chalk piece. You can tie a hydrogen balloon, you can do a kite, you can put a water rocket and then a parachute. So you can do anything. In fact, one student did this. One student put it on a kite, and the kite got stuck in the tree nearby. He said, my chalk piece is never coming down. I have infinite time, so I'm the winner. Yes, you're the winner. He won it. So the point is this. We have to make things interesting for people around us. And that's the job of an entrepreneur too, because at the end of the day, you will be the person responsible to make things interesting for your team. Because they do not see the end result. They might not have seen the success that you have seen earlier to become an entrepreneur. They are just an employee. So your job is to keep them motivated while you're keeping yourself motivated. That's the tough job, believe me. Mimmల్ని మీరు మోటివేట్ చేసుకోవడం చాలా కష్టం. And motivating others, It's too tough. Not many people will understand this until they are there. Money is not enough. Money is the last thing. There are a lot of other aspects. So you need that people, you need that team. Without that, you cannot do anything. And to achieve that, to create a strong team, you'll take 2 to 3 years if you really give your 100%. And only when you have the strong team, the real results will start coming out. So we'll come to those specific elements of the skills required in the next part. So that's how we started creating the Geetham University Science and Activity Center. From there on, every challenge that happens across the country, a representation, a delegation goes from Geetham, and we used to come back with at least 50 to 60 prizes from every event. Could be NIT Warangals, could be IITs, anywhere they go. Finally, we graduated. I got a job in Accenture. So coming from a background where my parents were struggling to pay my basic expenses as well, I cannot ask them money anymore. I do not want to go and do a job, definitely. I want to do something, but I cannot ask money. So the last day I took money from my parents is 2012 April. I was in the final year, final semester. That's it. I came out. Next month, in 20 days, I went to Bangalore. I got in my job. But the challenge is this, the problem is this. First 2 months, it was really interesting because it was all training. I was a failure in C and C++ in my first year. So definitely I do not know much. So throughout the day, I had to be in the lab preparing for these things. I never had a laptop or a smartphone. So I have to sit in the office throughout the night and then prepare, because there is a pass percentage of 75%. If you don't get 75%, you're kicked out. So I learned everything that is required. And then immediately, as soon as my training is done, the next day I got into the project as well. See, this doesn't happen to 90% of the people. Either they go to the bench, they sit at home for 3-4 months before they get a job. Luckily, things were fast forward for me. Never did I got a gap. So I went in. I joined in. First 1 month, really exciting, lot of learning. But then you're given your work, you're solving your challenges. In 2 months, 3 months, you realize that you could finish the work in less than 2 hours. Rest of the day, you're free. And for someone who is really very active back in the college, who wants to do everything and a lot more things, solve problems, right here, I do not see any problems. A problem comes once in a blue moon. Now, how can you sit idle? Sitting idle is a toughest challenge, So that's and one fine day, I was in lunch break. I was sitting there. There are all my colleagues around me, and one of the colleagues is saying, "Iroz mi curry entandi." And the other colleague was saying, "Are ma vaadi sayantram haggis తీసుకెళ్ళాలిరా." Shit. That's the day I decided I'm quitting. I went to the manager. I said, I do not like it anymore. He had to convince me. He tried, but 4 months later, I quit. 11 months into the job, I came out. I started my first company at the age of 21 in Hyderabad. It was a struggle. I know nothing about companies. I know nothing about legalities. We do not have much of cash. I had some 1 lakh or so savings from my Accenture career. And then I have all my juniors who just graduated. It's just 1 year, right? So all my juniors from GUSAC are now out. So I have a large army to take in. So I took the whole army in. Then I realized, now I have to pay them too. Now I have to take care of all the expenses. Back in the day, I get the money every month, so I could manage stuff, but I don't know when the money will hit in the account. I don't even know what to do first and how to sell. So in less than 3 months, the whole money went up. By August, we were struggling to even find a plate of fried rice in Attapur for 5 people. Now think about it. Who is going to stay with you? Who is going to leave? They were accustomed to all the riches because the parents were sending everything. And suddenly they cannot ask because they say that they are doing job and you cannot provide. Now what will happen? So this is a challenge an entrepreneur faces every month. You don't know where the next month's salaries will come from. That's a challenge. That's an absolute challenge. Every month it's a tension. But you have to find a way. Whether you eat or not, you have to let everyone eat. So these are all kicking in and in. Finally, we could find some way to solve this. We started making some money. We started doing some projects. And one fine day, we decided whatever we're doing is not giving us the happiness. That impact is not there. So we quit. And at the same time, again, back in the family, some financial tensions. So we had to go back. I went back to a job. Same thing again. 6 months in the job. I couldn't sit. 11th month, I gave the notice. 12th month, again, I came back to Hyderabad. This time, I started this company called Loop Reality Private Limited, and that's what Perspect AI is. As of today, we raised close to $500,000, and we are a team of 15 people, and we are trying to build the brain reading tools. So what we do now is we try to create games and simulations to understand the cognitive abilities of a person. So we go deep into your brain. We understand how your brain works, how your personality works, how your character is designed, and how is it relevant for a job, and are you the right person for the job or not? If not, what is the gap, and how do you bridge the gap? So we started catering the enterprise customers as of now. So all our customers are Accentures. Again, Accenture is my customer now, and Aditya Birla's, Accenture's, Schneider Electric's, bunch of companies are our customers. And very soon we are now planning to come to the market B2C directly to all your students, so that you can assess yourself, you can understand about yourself, and you can know what the right career is for you based on your abilities and your motives and personality, and help you connect with the right jobs. So ideally, if I have to say what we do in one line, we are bridging the gap between jobs and job seekers using games. So that's my career. So yeah, I took half an hour already with bits and pieces of career lessons or entrepreneurial lessons. Now we'll open the platform for questions, and again I'll resume my activity.
I request the audience, if you've got any questions, as sir requested, please ask directly.
Anything. It could be about your classroom, your subjects, your problems, your personal life, your financial issues, or your goals, your aspirations, what to do in life, what not to do in life. What sort of brain gaming tools for counseling? See,
Sir, I have a question, if you don't mind, can I ask?
sure, ma'am, please.
Sir, in your team, are there any people from neuroscience background, because you're into cognitive gaming and all? Have you taken into consideration consultation from people in neuroscience as well?
So we have a philosophy of GDP, not the
Mhm.
gross domestic product, but game science, data science, and people science.
Okay.
So among these subject people science, there are different types of scientists who come into picture. Number one is, as you rightly said, the cognitive experts, the neurocognitive experts, who understands how a brain works, who understands how neurons will help, how neural pathways are created, and how a person's brain reacts to learn and apply that learning later. Now, that's the cognitive side of it. Now, the second aspect is the IO psychology and OD psychology, the industrial and organizational psychology. So this is from the other end. So the first psychology is from the human aspect. The second psychology is from the industry aspect. So for a particular role, for a particular situation, in group behaviors, in union behaviors, how will people behave? How will things happen? What kind of people should be there? What kind of people should not be there? What kind of behavior should you be really careful about? So such things happen from IO and OD psychology. Now we bring these two psychologists together. Now that's my job. The problem is none of the scientists talk to each other. That's the reason there's an opportunity for people like me in between. We do not have that సిగ్గులు అజ్జాలాంటివి ఏమి ఉండవు అనమాట మాకు వెళ్ళిపోతాం we just go to them, we talk to them, we agree that you are the top, I don't know anything, so help me please. See, the first thing that you need to have as an entrepreneur is keep these egos and all these words that I used earlier aside. When you have them, you cannot ask for help. And an entrepreneur who cannot ask for help can never be successful. You should be very, very open, very, very rudiment and rude about asking for help. It could be from anyone. You might think about the other person as above you, below you, whatever, it doesn't matter. First, agree that you do not know it or do not know how to do it. So you obviously need the other person. Go to them, beg them if required, get your job done. Getting the job done is the only important thing here, nothing else. So that's what
Thank you,
that's
sir.
what I
Thank
do
you.
to connect all of them and get the solution out. Looks like we have some questions coming in.
Yes.
Can you repeat my company name? My company is called Perspect AI. PERSPECT. Perspectivelo Perspect AI. Perspect.ai is the website. So what are skills you look in an employee to recruit from college students? We'll talk about that. How do we take the risk of entrepreneurship, especially in a narrow-minded society that still wants a youth to take a path of mainstream occupations? Very good question. We'll discuss that. There's a good story for that. Let's talk about that. How do we inculcate the spirit of entrepreneurship in students when pursuing their management program? Okay, let's start with Fatima's question. Fatima asked, this is a narrow-minded society. People want us to go for mainstream occupations like engineering, doctors, jobs, etc. How can we really survive with the risk of becoming an entrepreneur in this society? So before I answer this question, I have to tell you a story. This story goes back to this is a 100-year-old story. Story goes back to 1900s, and it is continued from there. Understand this concept. Today, we all know that our parents wants us to get into a job. If you can get a IAS, IPS kind of government jobs, very good. Otherwise, get into Microsoft's, Google's, Facebook's. That's the aspiration set for us. Now, where did this attitude or mindset come from? I do not see IAS, IPS, or Google's, Facebook 200 years ago. They were not there. So 200 years ago, the same society never even know about these things. And today, the society only needs these things. What happened in between? Let's understand that. Back in the day, when Britishers came into India, India was a very prosperous country. Everyone, our population, when Britishers entered in late 1700s, our population was less than 10 crore people. And this whole vast country with all these resources is everyone. So each person on average would have thousands of acres to cultivate, to make money. And there is this barter system or whatever system, Vijay Devara's empires and etc., where they were selling diamonds, jewelry, etc., etc., etc. But then when these guys came in, by then the population started growing in, and these guys started plucking out or started taking everything from these people. First, they started with the taxing system, and then the taxes went into the complete takeover. Now, those who were happily living suddenly were taken out or robbed of everything or looted of everything. Now we do not have anything with us. Now we were struggling to meet our ends on a daily basis for our food, for our shelter, for our clothes, for our respect in the society, for a basic respect. Now that's when the Britishers came up with, initially Britishers had their own employees, but it was not sufficient as they were expanding. So they started hiring people from Indian systems, police, accountants, clerks, gumastas, all these people. Now, when a Britisher hires you and they train you and they put you on something, tomorrow if there is a trouble in the village, if they're giving punishment to everyone, will they give the same punishment to you as well? Not really, because they need you to do their job. So the job holders of British Empire had benefits. They had the respect, they had the guaranteed income, and they have a piece of life, security. So that's when the mindset turned into having a job in the British Empire, in the government, is a good thing. If you have it, you are settled. No tensions in life. Then the Britishers left. And then we are a country, by 1970s, we are a country of 60 crore people, and we became already the poorest country besides Africa, a couple of countries in Africa. Now, in that situation, there were no jobs. The economy was very tight. War is happening everywhere. People do not have money. People cannot survive. Now, what's the safest bet? A government job. because you'll have a monthly salary, you'll have respect, you have guarantee. It's a long-term job, you have pension, you have retirement, you have everything. So our parents wanted our parents to become a government employee. So the 1960s generation was trained to become a government employee. Now these government employees made some money by earning or by whatever means. So the first generation lifted up. They got some money, they got some assets, they were happy, things were going well. So they do not want their kids to be just a government employee, but they're okay to teach them engineerings, degrees, doctors, etc. The respectable jobs. The second phase is always about respectability, money and respect. So the respectable jobs, and so that you can be happy about it. So 1990s and 2000s, most of the people, especially in Andhra and Telangana, were trained to become the engineers or doctors and go out to the US, make that money, do all that. Now that generation made a lot more money. So if you look at the today's kids in all these international schools and other places, they really do not have this force of becoming an engineer or a doctor. So what is happening here? If your grandfathers are already successful, you will not have the problem of what to do, because you already have enough money and you have the freedom to choose in 90% of the cases. If your fathers and parents are successful, it's good, decent. It depends upon the success rate. But if you're the first generation person in the family, the onus is still on you. They expect you to first get a settled environment where there is safety for the family's tensions to be resolved. And once you are settled, once you're comfortable, then you can let your kids be in an open society without all these issues and struggles. So the race did not start with all of us standing at the start line. There are some people who started who started with a lot more advantage, and there are some people who started behind. Most of us who are in this call, if we are in this call, 90% of us, our grandfathers were not really successful. So we are now trying to figure that out. So that's the reason we are finding ways. We have that hunger. That's a good thing. If you do not have hunger, if everything is already on your plate, you will never have hunger. And without hunger, you will not start looking for problems around you, because everything is okay. Your problems will be first world problems. What are the first world problems? Are today it is very much sweating, yaar. Are my Gucci band is not is ripping off the stitches. So those are the first world problems. We do not have the first world problems. We are in between. We have the third world and second world problems. Bringing food on the plate is still a problem for us. So we are now working on the first world, second world, and third world problems. Whereas Swiggy delivery, I think it's a first world problem. Why? Because you have everything, you are too lazy to get your food. So eventually the Indian ecosystem is also moving towards the first world. But if you really want to solve the impactful problems, there are some in India, but go to the third world countries. That's where the real strong problems are there. If you look at most of the Stanfords, Harvards, or even if you look at any of the major Ivy League colleges in the US, all of them go to Africa's or all kinds of third world countries during their summer breaks to find problems. And then they go there, find the solutions, and try to make it a large product, a scalable product, and put it in the market. So we are just happy in our own comfort zone here. We do not even go out of our home. We just are stuck to the Netflix and our phones. So we never will find those problems. And when you don't even find a problem, why will you get that passion or fire in the belly? And why will you even think about solving it? And how will you become an entrepreneur? So the first thing that any entrepreneur has to do today is shut everything, get out. Travel. I don't care whether you're a girl or a boy, travel. The first time I traveled, this was an interesting journey. I was part of this train journey called Jagrati Yatra. So this is a trip which brings in 600 people across the world, all young people together on one train. They start the train on 24th of December every year. in Mumbai with 19 bogies, 600 people, private train. It goes across the country. It circumferences the whole country and comes back to Mumbai on January 8th. 15 days train journey. It started as Tata Jagriti Yatra, but today it's called Jagriti Yatra. Luckily, I was part of this in 2013. And since then, I've been a part of this every year. When you go there, when you talk to people, when you really know there are still people in Rajasthan who do not have anything, not even water to drink, that's when you realize what the real world problems are. So we need to travel, we need to meet people, we need to look at the problems. One or two, one or the other will really churn that urge in you to solve it. And the moment you get it, you are on the right path. So in fact, if anyone is planning to check this Jagriti Yatra this year because of COVID, they are trying to do it completely online. So check it. They also have scholarships. In fact, when I participated, I couldn't afford it. So they gave me the scholarship. I went on the scholarship. And because it gave me a lot, even today, I try to give it back to you, give it back to the org there. So check that, check Jagriti Yatra. But after Jagriti Yatra, what happened is I really realized that, I can be out of my comfort zone. I can sit in a train in a bogie with 15 people around me throughout the 15 days without any luxuries or anything for that matter. That really made me realize that when I go out of my comfort zone, I could do a lot. So as soon as I came out in 2014 February, I took 1,500 rupees, put it in the pocket, took a bag, and went on a hitchhike to travel across the country. So what is hitchhiking? You just go to the highway, any lorry, any car, anything that comes in, ask for lift, get on, and talk to them, keep talking to them, living their life. They'll make food for you, they'll give you food, they'll stop somewhere, someone will give you something. You will end up doing everything in life without having a penny in your pocket. These things are pretty normal in the US because the revolution happened there 200 years ago. In the Europe, the French Revolution all happened in 1950s. So they were 200 years before us. They did everything 200 years ago. We saw telephone, we saw TV, we saw cars in late 1980s and 90s and in 2000s. They saw everything in 1900s. In fact, I was surprised to see when I was in Paris, for the first time I saw escalator in Manmadudu movie when Brahmananda was stepping on it and Nagarjuna says, "Oh, ila ekkalan telidandi." That's when I first time saw an escalator on TV. And physically, maybe in mid 2000s or when it came to India, in the malls or in the railway stations, etc. But in Paris, there are underground railway tunnels 3 floors beneath. Each floor will have one line of trains, and there are huge escalators. And I asked them, when did they build this? It was built 100 years ago. I was in the valley. I was in Silicon Valley. I was part of Facebook acceleration program, so they took me there. I was looking at the roads, huge. It's bigger than the ORR, and these are the central highways of the state. They are the main roads of the city as well. So I asked them, when did they build these things? A lady who was driving Uber, I asked her, she was 57 years or 60 years old. She said, I came to Valley when I was 20 years. That was the last time they built the road. So 40 years ago was the last road they built. And since then, they were all good. And they were very huge. They were bigger than our ORRs. So the thing is, we as a country are 200 years behind. And we did a really good thing about catching up faster. Today, if you look at the gap, we do not have more than 10 to 15 years of gap. We really, in less than 50 years or 70 years since independence, we caught up the last 200 years. There's still a gap of 20, 30 years. We'll very soon get there. But that gap is an advantage and an opportunity for people like you. When Africa started their first telephone network, mobile phone network, when Airtel went there and other companies went there to Africa, they did not start with 2G internet. They directly started with 3G. In India, we started with basic mobile, G, 2G, and then 3G, and then 4G. Because Africa started later, they directly jumped into 3G. Today, we are talking about UPI payments in India in last 3-4 years after demonetization, the UPI payments were there in Kenya for almost 10-15 years now. In Kenya, the regular way of paying is using a 1100 phone. They pay to the local Panipuri bandis there just with their phone back in early 2000s. So understand this. You might be a very developed country, you might be an underdeveloped country. It doesn't matter. You can pick it fast and be better than others. In fact, I should tell you this. We think our internet speeds are really not good. Go to the US. US has the worst internet speeds. The Silicon Valley has the worst internet speed compared to what we have here in Act Beam Telecom or our Geos and other things. So we did better in some areas too. Healthcare, the affordable healthcare. India is today the biggest. India, they call India this concept is called health tourism. Every country who cannot afford, you could be a member of US as well. If you cannot afford the health treatment there, but you want the best healthcare, you come to India. And most of them come to Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai. That's what our entrepreneurs here has done in the last 40-50 years. So when a girl asked earlier, is it a long journey, short journey? It depends on you. For Tatas, it's generations a journey. For Apollos and other hospitals that we're seeing here, they're in third generation already. Upasana is from third generation. And for certain startups, it's a first generation. It doesn't matter. It all depends upon the mindset of the entrepreneur. What do you want? Do you want to do the same thing throughout your life, or you want to sell it off, make some money, and use it to do something else? Now, that's an entrepreneur's preference, but you can do anything. There's no restriction on this. Let's get to the next question. Looks like there are a lot more questions now. Can someone help me shortlist the questions?
No, what creative professions are going to rule in the next 5 to 10 years, and what professions in general for the next 10 years? Hafsa is asking this question.
Since Fatima has already asked, Hafsa has already asked a question, I'll come to that later. Let's give a chance to others.
How to stay consistent with our goals?
Great. So this is now time for us to get into the core of the subject, the skills. And that's where we'll talk about the consistencies and all the other things as well. Now, 99% of the entrepreneurship skills are individual or personal skills. You do not need to know subject. None of the greatest entrepreneurs know anything about what they were doing. So literally, you do not need to know any subject to become an entrepreneur, to build something in a particular domain. As long as you have the will and wish, you could do that. Now let's understand how our brain works. I'll bring in my expertise here. How our cognitive brain works and how is it associated to the skills required and what kind of skills are required. Either you want to become an entrepreneur or you want to get a good job today or anything else for that matter. What are the skills required in the young population today? Let's get to that. These are all common skills, by the way, and these skills are called the 21st century skills. World Economic Forum says these are all 21st century skills. Now let's start by understanding things one by one. Now, how does our brain work? Our brain works with the input that is given to the brain. So what are the mechanisms of capturing input? We have 5 sensory organs, isn't it? So we listen, we hear, we touch, feel, and then we have smell and taste. Now this is the information our brain takes in, and this information is processed and reasoned. Decisions are made based on risk, and finally actions are taken. Now at each stage there are different skills you need to learn. Now first thing for an entrepreneur is the ability to listen and observe. A lot of people talk, very few people listen. A lot of people talk, very few people observe. Now, when you're talking, your focus is all on what you are saying. So you do not really care about what's around you. But when you're not talking and when you're listening, when you're seeing, your focus is on everything around but you. Now, that's when you capture the best of the information. Your Those of you who know about AI and machine learning, your algorithm or your model is as good as the data that you take in. So for human body to become, or for a human brain to become the best, the first thing you need is your sensory organs should do your best to capture the right data. So the skill, or I would say the trait that you need, is the ability to listen and observe everything to the finest detail. The detail orientation is very important. Now that's the first part, to capture the information. Now, the moment you capture the information, you start looking at multiple aspects. By the way, I recommend that you take a notebook out and just write down the titles of the skills and abilities I'm talking about. Once the whole session is done, you review them, you'll get to understand it deeper. Now, once you're done with the capturing of information, you have to process it. Now, for processing, you need some basic abilities. Information processing, there are some basic abilities. There are some complex abilities. Now, let's talk about basic abilities. What's the most important basic ability for information processing? Memory. There are three types of memories: short term, long term, working. I give you an OTP number and I ask you to immediately repeat it out. I give you a phone number, I ask you to immediately repeat it out. Now, that's working memory. So, in a given constant situation, you observe something, you immediately record it, and you immediately expel it out. You have the capacity to expel it out. And it needs a highest level of observation too. A lot of times, especially the share markets and a bunch of other things, things keep changing right in front of you on the data set. Your ability to quickly map things, understand, and then recall it, reuse it, memory plays a very, very, very crucial role. Unfortunately, with our phones, memory cards, phone books, and etc., calculators, and all these things, we lost our ability to calculate, our ability to mentally do things. Bring that back. Practice. Now, once you have the long-term memory, short-term memory, working memories, and etc., your higher order information processing capacities comes into picture. Your ability to differentiate things, okay, classify things, okay, this falls in this group, this falls in that group, this falls in this group. So your ability to classify information, this is called category flexibility. Make a note of these things. Category flexibility. And the beauty is, category flexibility is taught to kids in play school. But still, 90% of us do not use it. The problem is there are two parts. One, learning what it is. Two, applying it. We get stuck with the learning part. That's it. We do not apply it because we never see the reason to apply, or we never even think about it to apply. But the moment you start thinking about it, you'll get all the solutions. So what do they teach in play school? In play school, they give kids this squares, circles, shapes, all kinds of shapes, and they ask them to fit into holes, which makes those holes. So that means you have data and you have some kind of information. Do you know which data fits in which groups? That's a basic trait that we were taught back in the day from childhood, but we do not really apply it. I'll tell you where these things really come in the later stage. So that's information processing, your ability to bring that, clean it, process it, classify it. Now, once your information processing is done, that's when the core crux comes into picture. Reasoning, thinking and solving comes here. Now, what is reasoning? Many do not really understand reasoning because they think it's the logical reasoning exam or anything that we see in our GRE, GMAT, all our exams. That's not reasoning. The actual reasoning is this. Let us say I gave you this set of numbers. 2, 4, 6. What's the next number? 8. Now, how did we do this? This is done by our brain by splitting this into two parts. The first one is there is 2, there is 4, there is 6. Now, what is common about them? The commonality is there's a gap of 2 between them. There's an addition of 2 happening for everything. Now, this is a general principle, underlying principle. Understanding the underlying principle is called inductive reasoning. That means when you are trying to open a door, when you're trying to understand how an app works, when you're trying to understand how a bike works when you're driving a bike, when you're trying to understand how a client reacts to when you're selling a product, when you're trying to understand how your mother or father would react to what kind of words. So everything that we do in our life, from solving problems, physical, personal, mechanical, anything else, are you understanding the general principle behind it? What's the common principle behind it? Why is it happening consistently the same way? What's the commonality? That's inductive reasoning. Now, once you understand that, when you can apply that back again, now that is called deductive reasoning. A lot of people can understand, but they can't apply. Now, those who can apply are the ones who will go to the next stage. So you have to practice this, understand the general principles. So that's the reason Newton became a Newton, because he was just sitting there observing everything around him, and he was trying to understand the general principles. And then this came, okay, everything is falling down. That's the general principle. So that's inductive reasoning. Everyone knows that. All of us knows that everything falls down. So we all know inductively gravity is there. But Newton cracked it because he deducted that, he applied that and solved it. So that's the problem solving aspect. The major commonality in problem solving is reasoning. Now, once you do this reasoning, your critical thinking thing comes into picture, your decision making comes into picture. When you reason, you come with options. Okay, this could be that, this could be this could be this. Now, what do I choose? How do I choose? Now, that's where two critical aspects come into picture: risk taking, decision making. Now, the problem is a lot of people, especially who come from conservative backgrounds, who come from middle class, who come from financially tight backgrounds, are not risk takers. ఎందుకు మన దగ్గర ఒక చిన్న బౌల్లో రైస్ ఉన్నప్పుడు దాంతో ఇప్పుడు నీ గాల్లో కీసి మళ్ళీ మొత్తం పట్టుకోగల ధైర్యం ఉందా మనకి? Can you take a small ball of rice, throw it in the air, and can you really be sure about collecting every rice granule into the box again from the air itself? We do not know. And 90% of the cases, it's not possible also. So we think that, I have this only one last rice ball. If I lose it, there's nothing else. So I will not lose this. So we do not even give a try. So what happens here is our conditioning from our childhood will affect our results here. You would be a James Bond in reasoning. You know everything to be done, but you will not be successful in life. Why? Because you do not take the right decision, because you do not have the right risk appetite. Now, risk is of three types. One, impulsive. అనిపిస్తే చేసేయటం. Now, impulsive risk is good and bad. Impulsivity is more of emotion driven. A lot of the times, emotion makes you successful. And in equal cases, it also makes you do a big blunder. Now, there is another category who will think deep before they take a risk. They are the actual logical risk takers. They know everything, they conclude everything, and finally they know, okay, if I do this, this will come out. If I do this, this will come out. I'm okay to do this. I'm okay to let this go. Typically, 90% of our VC investors are logical risk takers. They know they don't just see you, like you, and give you money. They are not emotionally driven. Rather, they would reason, they would understand, will this market evolve? Is there money in this market? How many customers are there in this market? And will this market really flourish The idea is good. The kid is good. He can implement it. But the maximum money that can be made here is very little. So I don't invest. So that's very logical. And this is applies for the customers also. A customer, I'm a first time entrepreneur. My product is I have never created anything successful. But the first customer who comes to me is an emotional risk taker. These are called early adopters. You need to find those early adopters. How? Only when you show the passion, they'll come. They are not bound by logic. They don't care logic. For them, the passion and the core, the idea that you're solving a problem, that's what matters to them. Whether successful or not, it doesn't matter. 90% of the cases, who are the typical examples? A new car comes into the market, a new product comes into the market. Typically, our middle class mentality says, let's wait, let the review comes out, or let the rating come out. Then we'll take a call. But these people do not wait for reviews, do not wait for ratings. They are the first ones to take it, explore it, and then give the ratings. So always be an open mind to understand who are these different types of risk takers. And there is calculated risk. They balance. They look at the emotion, they look at the logic. So both of them drive them. So they take a calculated risk. So your job is to always be open and understand everything that you are taking as a decision, your customer is taking as a decision, your investor is taking as a decision. A lot of people will say this word, use this word, product market fit, product investor fit, product founder fit, investor founder fit. So here, in all these cases, risk is the major element that comes to picture. And that drives the decision making. So for you, one thing I recommend is all of us are conditioned differently throughout your life. A girl can't become an entrepreneur, or you have to get married first, or you have to do this and that. Put them all aside. Get to the risk mode. Start by doing calculated risk. Don't get directly into emotion because there's a chance of higher failure. So your chance of higher success comes in calculated risk, but returns are also mediocre. But on the other two sides, your returns could be also pretty high. So that's a different story lesson altogether, risk versus decision making. That's a complex subject for you, but that's more important. Are you willing to take risk? I mean, willing to experiment this new person as an intern. I don't know whether he can perform or not, but if he performs, it will be really good. If he doesn't perform, what am I going to lose? 2,000 rupees, 20,000 rupees? It's okay. So that kind of attitude is what you need to start inculcating now. You need to experiment more and more for you to really get to see. Just like the Edison did. So many times he tried to build the bulb, and finally, after 1,000 attempts, he found the bulb. So that's just the same way. You need to keep experimenting, and for that, you have to be very risk intaker. So that's the risk and decision making. Now, once you do all this math, by the way, all this happens here. That's the reason this is the most important part, cognition. There are behavioral elements coming in, but the decisions are made by your neural pathways made in your brain. So that's the reason neurocognition is pretty important. So once you take a decision, finally, a lot of people make decisions, but they can't execute it. That's the other part. That's where you need grit and perseverance. Now, that's not so easy. That's a practice. That's not a skill or a trait. That's a practice. That's like exercising. We all know that we have to exercise to get fit. We all take a decision on New Year that, we will be fit, we will start exercise, but none of us execute. Now, that's the final thing. You might have all these 21st century skills, but the core, the final blow in the face is this: grit and perseverance. Never give up attitude. You cannot give up until you see the end of it. But you cannot give up in between. Now, that should be the attitude. Now, how do we have that attitude? That's the tough part. How do we keep that motivation with you? Every day, not just you, Even we feel it after 10 years into entrepreneurship, after 30, 40 years in entrepreneurship. Ratan Tata might have felt it after 20 years trying for, if you look at that movie, Akasvani Hadura by Surya, they take the example of Tata sat here for 20 years, he couldn't get it. So the fact is, Tata really gave up. After 20 years trying to bring airlines to India, he gave up. But someone else did it later. And then later, now they acquired Vistaras and etc. Now they started the Tata Airlines. That's a different story altogether now. So this is actually truth. You might be James Bond, but if you do not see the end of it, you will never know what could happen. And now the question is, how do you keep yourself motivated? Now this is like when someone asked me this question, how do I keep myself motivated? Today you came to the class, you motivated me. Very good. I'm motivated. But tomorrow morning when I wake up, that motivation is gone in the air. How do I keep myself motivated? I asked them one simple question. I ask you all one simple question. Do you take a bath every day? Yes or no? Yes. Now tell me this. When you are a child, who was helping you take a bath? Your parents, your grandmothers, mothers, and etc. Today, are they still helping you take a bath? Not really. What happened in between? We learn to keep ourselves clean. This applies for the brain as well. Unfortunately, we figured out the physical aspects because we could see it in the mirror every day. But we forgot the mental aspects. In the beginning, we need external help. It could be parents, it could be teachers, it could be external mentors, anyone, role models, to give you that external push, to clean your brain, to keep you motivated, to keep you on the edge. But eventually, you need to find your own way of finding your self motivation. And there are many ways to do it. Some practical ways which I follow at least. If I'm very down, and once in a week I'll be down, and there's nothing wrong about it, because you do not see results coming in every day. 6 months of work, 1 year of work, one day you'll get the result. That one day you'll be super happy. Again, the rest of the 6 months you'll be pretty depressed. So how do you keep yourself motivated? Watch motivational movies. Watch or read motivational books. Listen to the stories, small nugget stories. There are amazing stories out there. Every day before you sleep, just read that story. Or just think about the first time you got success, the first time you tasted the Dairy Milk Silk. So today, when I talked to you in the beginning, when I was talking to you about my own Dairy Milk Silk, about the turbine experiment, I got that internal energy again. So that's what you need to do. You have to find your own way of motivation. If it makes sense to write your goal in very big letters that, I have to start this idea, I have to have this revenue generated, I have to get this product out by so and so date. Write it on a big chart, put it right in front of the bed. Sleep seeing it, wake up seeing it. Whatever makes you do that, whatever keeps you up on your toes, do that. Find your source of fire in your belly. Only that will take you towards the end. The rest of them are all good to have. If you have them, the difference would be greater. But for you to be a successful entrepreneur, grit and perseverance, that's it. That's all. It makes sense. So those who have taken a note of things, just a quick review recap of the skills required to become a strong entrepreneur, not just an entrepreneur for that matter. If you want to be successful in life, you need these things, whatever it is. Whatever it is. So let's start. What is the first one? Information capture. So your ability to listen, observe. Now, once information is captured, information processing, your ability to logically put them, segment them, classify them, and use your memory. So train your brain for that. Now, the third phase, the reasoning, where you have to keep looking at observing things around you, find the general principles, start applying those general principles. Now here, the first part is done. Your problems are solved because you have solutions now. Now, what is the solution you choose? You can't do all of it. That's where your risk and decision making comes into picture. You definitely know you have to go to the US to make a lot of money, but your risk says that is a lot of money, a lot of cost. Maybe you cannot do it. So your decision is, I'll quit, I'll not do it. So you know what to do, but you're not doing it because of your risk and decision problems. You definitely know that getting 9.9 will give you a job opening in Microsoft. But your brain says that, hey, 99% of the people will not get it. Why will I get it? It's too risky to spend so much time. I'll not do it. So your decision finally is not to work. You'll not get it. So the brain already knows, your heart, your mind already knows what you have to do. Now, make your personality, make your character take that strong, bold decision. The problem is, as you age, you cannot take those strong, bold decisions because you need even more grit and perseverance then. When you're younger, you could make all mistakes. So try to do it now. Eventually, it will be even more easier for you. Now, once you make a decision, don't think back because your brain will always talk about plan B. After 1 month into journey, you realize, hey, this is not happening. This looks like a tough thing. Should I try this plan B? Should I try that? So this is a monkey inside. There is a monkey inside that keeps jumping. It doesn't want to stay in one place. The day you attain the ability to calm that monkey inside and make it do what you want it to do, not otherwise, that's when you will be having all the grit and perseverance to achieve whatever you want in your life. The point is, I know what to do, but I still haven't achieved the monkey in my mind to calm down. So we all know that, but we cannot yet. It takes practice and time. To be frank, I haven't achieved it yet. So I'm trying and figuring it out. So the goal is, some of you might do it very fast, some of you might get it after a long time. It doesn't matter. By the end of the life, let's do it. Let's figure that out. Once you do this, I think anything in your life is in your hands. It could be entrepreneurship, it could be a job, it could be your life decisions, personal aspects, anything. So that's where we end on the skills of entrepreneurship, the 21st century skills required for any young person out there. So let's get back to the questions again. So it looks like I have 15 more minutes and a lot more questions to answer. So let's look at. So by the way, I do not want to read questions now. The first characteristic of any entrepreneur is seize the opportunity. Opportunity never knocks you, but when it knocks you, you have to seize it. So now you have the opportunity to talk, ask question. 15 minutes, openly ask your question, no hesitation. Don't think about what others will think about you. Again, get back to the same movie, Akasumani Hadura, when he was talking about a villager coming out with no money, talking about an airline for poor people. People laughed at him, but he did it. So don't care about everyone around you. All that matters is what you think. So go ahead, put it out now. Ask questions face to face.
Yes, students, please, you all are welcome to ask questions.
Too much conditioning.
They're asking about the movie name, sir. Somebody is asking about the movie name.
See, that's a point. We expect everyone to feed us.
So,
Don't expect anyone to feed you. You go find it out. What does it take? A Google search? Half an hour to 1 hour of research? Maybe you'll select some wrong movies.
okay.
Okay, it's okay. 2-3 hours lost.
Okay. Poppy, can you please unmute the
Yeah.
participants for
Can
some
you
time?
please raise your hand so that I can
Yeah.
unmute you?
Please raise your hands, students.
We have Sabiha.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sabiha. Please.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you, Ma. What's your
Yeah.
question?
So, yeah, I wanted to ask you. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to ask you, sir. Sir, in entrepreneurship, means what is your greatest fear, sir? How you are managing it? I wanted to ask you that greatest fear. Have you ever coped with that?
That's a deep question. There are two types of fears in
Yeah.
entrepreneurship. A daily
Yeah.
fear, which you have on everything. Oh, what if the
Mm.
app crashes today? What happens tomorrow? What if I couldn't pay the salaries, etc., etc.? These are all
Mm.
regular fears. They keep going on every day. But the biggest fear is for me, not about
Yeah.
entrepreneurship, but for me, not achieving what I am capable of.
Yeah. Exactly.
We all know that we are capable of a lot more things than what we are doing today. And
Mm.
when you know that, when you do not know it, it's okay. But when you know you're capable of something amazing and you still couldn't do it for whatever reason, that's when that's the fear I have, that maybe we'll be there. So the goal is always to get away from it, keep achieving what you can.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for answering.
Sure, Samia, please.
Uh, Sir, I
Yes, Akina, please.
like to ask you, sir, that what is unique about your business and how did you test your assumptions?
Good question, ma'am. So, for any business, when you create an idea, so a lot of us have ideas when you go out find problems. We'll find some solutions, and those are our ideas. Those are our solutions as business models. Now, the problem is we have limited information with us. We are not the customer in most of the cases. We are not the problem facers in regular life. So, in such cases, what you need to ideally do is create a POC of whatever idea you have, a minimum viable product, and take it out to market directly to the end customer. Put it in their hand, make them use it. That's when you really know whether that's the right solution, whether it is a perfect fit for the problem that you're solving. If not, you keep fine tuning it. Every day you keep continue to fine tune it. The final product will take a lot of time to come out. But as you keep progressing it towards that, you will find your product market fit. And when you find your product market fit, that's when you go raise more money and scale it to a larger stage. And also remember this, you do not need always investor money. There are a lot of companies we are aware of who have just bootstrap things. So what is bootstrapping? You do not need external money. You need that first 10,000, 20,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, whatever money to first start with. Uh, you could take it from family, you could take it from your own savings, you could take it from bank loans. And once you have it, you create success, you make some profits, you expand it, but it'll take some time. Profit based expansion takes some time. That's when people will use external influx of money to expand it faster. So that's the only difference. But that's the core of it. Always look for the product market fit. Go to the customer as soon as possible. Don't sit in the lab building your idea forever. If you have an idea, 2 weeks is the time you need to take to create a simple POC, most simplest POC. Put in the hand of the customer for 2 weeks, get the review, and the third month you have to have the new POC in your hand. If you can do it in 3 months, the second POC, if you can get to the second POC in 2 months, that's when you are really in the path. Otherwise, you're wasting time.
Good afternoon, sir. Kashva this side, sir. Sir, I had a doubt that we normally come up with ideas and we go forward with it, but then at some point we fail. So we have that regret and then we're not able to come out of it. So how do we deal with those emotions at that time?
Oh, can you please tell me what is failure? When you said fail, ma'am, please unmute her again. Uh, Kashifa, right?
Yes, sir.
Kashifa. So tell me, when you said you fail, what's the end? When can you say that you have officially failed?
When we are not able to put forward our ideas, when we feel a mental block, or when our the things don't go according how we plan.
Now tell me this, Kashifa. Do you know how to ride a bicycle?
Yes, sir.
How many times did you fall?
Many a times.
And every time you fall, was it a roadblock? Because you have a blood coming on your hand, you have pain. But have you
No,
achieved it?
sir. No. Yes, sir. We have achieved it, but then. every time we fall, we feel like, can we get up again?
That's the doubt. That's good to have. You as humans will have that doubt. No doubt in that. But what I'm trying to tell you there is, I do not know or see anything as failure in entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not a milestone based success metric. It's a way of life. The In this way of life, what happens is you keep finding problems, you keep finding opportunities, and you start solving them. If this doesn't work, you do something else. If that doesn't work, you do something else. Until something works, you keep doing it. Even after that thing works, you keep doing something else altogether again. So entrepreneurship is something that everyone can do and achieve as a final success metric. But the point is, whenever you fall, are you raising up again and again and again to finally do that? Some kids will learn driving a bicycle in 2 or 3 attempts. Some kids will learn it in say 10, 20 attempts. Some kids will take only 2 weeks to do that. Some kids will take 2 years to do it. But at the end of the day, every kid can do it. That's the fundamental point, unless and until you do not have legs. So the point is, if you're really mentally handicapped, only then you can hit the final roadblock of failure. But otherwise, as long as your brain works, as long as you can take input, process it, solve, again take the feedback, process, solve, again take feedback, as long as you repeat the process, you'll finally hit the success.
Thank you so much, sir.
Last 2 or 3 questions, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Batul here.
Batul, please.
Sir, I will try to be clear with this question. I wanted to find a point at which we always try. We know our capabilities. We know what we can do, but there are situations in life where those capabilities cannot be put to their full extent. So, what is the point where you push yourself to the limit? Because you could have a fall on the other side as well. What is the point where you will push yourself? What are the situations you will push yourself, and what are the situations you will give yourself a rest? And how do you cope with any guilt, lingering guilt of the unused capabilities?
I don't know if I can answer your question exactly with the right dimension or context, but I'll try to do that with whatever I know. I'm not really a strong believer of Western philosophy, but there is one quote I think really makes sense in the life of an entrepreneur: work hard, party harder. Now, when I say party harder, I'm not asking you to go to a pub and then just dance and come out. That's not the partying I'm talking about. What happens in entrepreneurial life is you are really obsessed about an idea. If you are not really obsessed about an idea, you are not really passionate about it, either because that's not really giving you the kick, or you just want to become an entrepreneur just for the sake of becoming an entrepreneur, just for the sake of having that co-founder tag on LinkedIn and Facebook. So those are the reasons many people become entrepreneurs today. But if you really are obsessed with your idea, you will start spending day and night in doing just one thing. And when you do that, your brain gets a little heated up. That's like your computer working for 24 hours on full level GPU processing and CPU processing when you play a high end game. Now it emits a lot of heat. It has to cool down, otherwise the whole computer will crash. So that's when you work so damn hard and then you take a break. And that break could be you suddenly block everything, go out, travel out, or you shut off doors, you just watch movies in a binge, or you just go out and eat food, or you just go spend time with your family, friends, or anything else that matters. So when you do this, do it with whatever you do for that matter, do it with the utmost full level involvement. While you are doing this, don't think about that. While you are doing that, don't think about this. The moment you do that, you will never do justice for any of these things. So the only solution that I could see there is, when you keep pushing yourself so damn hard, take that break which you deserve. Everyone needs that break in between. Now take that break, do whatever you think is the right thing to do. Anything you want to cook, you want to travel, whatever, and again get back. And only then you'll come with a fresh energy and fresh perspective. And understand this one thing: we are not Alexanders. The Western philosophy is more Alexander driven. Alexander wants to achieve everything in one life. Alexander wants to do everything, wanted to do everything in one life. So every day is a hurry. Whereas the typical Eastern philosophy, the Indian philosophy is where you think you have many lives. So where you know that this life I'll choose one problem, I'll solve that. Next life maybe I'll figure out something else. So today I'll choose one problem, I'll solve that. Tomorrow, your life is every day is a life. When people say good morning, they are not saying randomly good morning. Morning has a meaning. Morning means one more inning. So yesterday is an inning that's done. You might have won the match, you might have lost the match. It's okay. But today it's a fresh inning. So have a goal for yourself every inning. Achieve that goal, move on. So every day, you cannot solve the final problem today itself. Split it into pieces, have your daily targets, stick to them. Do not sleep until you achieve that day's target, and then take your break. And be obsessed about your idea, obsessed about your business. Clear?
Okay, do we have any more questions?
One last question, please.
One last question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So I have a question. Suppose that you face a situation in your business wherein you give your 200% to do a particular job. If you don't get the desired result, what would you do?
Understand this thing, ma. I want to go from Hyderabad to Vizag. And I chose the medium of walking. And I gave my 1000%. Will I reach Vizag in 2 days? No, I won't. But if I choose a flight and if I just give my 10%, will I reach? Yes. So at the end of the day, it's not just about hard work. It's also about using your brain, choosing the best way of solving the problem. Only when you have the best solution, your hard work matters. If your solution itself is wrong and you're trying to make it successful, it will never be successful. You can never fit a square in a circle hole, however 100% push and weight you put in. So your goal is to keep finding that right thing, and that will happen as you keep exploring, as you keep failing every time. So you tried this thing, it did not work. You change the idea, you readjust the idea, you fine tune the idea, and again try. It fails, again try. That's how Edison did it after thousands of attempts. So what you have to do is, yes, your effort is very important, but along with the effort, your ability to take the feedback, your ability to listen, observe, take the feedback, and apply that feedback again. That iteration is the core part of the journey of an entrepreneur. Everything is an iteration. Everything is an iteration. Got it? That's how you have to do it.
Okay, if there are no more questions, can we wind up the session? I think
Looks like there are three or more. Yeah. Nandini?
raised hands. Nandini, you have got a question, dear?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, good afternoon, sir. I have a question. Like in our society, if we are from middle class, it's more difficult for a girl like to do what she want, like as compared to boys. Yeah, she will have a time that you should not go out, you should not go alone. So how to overcome these problems and how to be strong on what we want?
See, I definitely agree with you on this, Nandini. In our society, at least, there is definitely something pulling the women a little more backwards than the men comparatively. But let me also say this: it doesn't matter whether you're a man or a boy. The problems are there everywhere. Boy or a girl, the problems are there everywhere. But for girls, I agree, it's a little more tougher and stronger. In my own case, what did I do? When I wanted to quit job and start my first company, I went and told my father that, I do not want to do a job, I want to quit and do this. And I also told you where the background comes from. They're all from the very, very, very first generation, so they expect me to have a settled life. So that's when I go out to them saying that, I'll quit the job. I don't know what to do yet. I'll figure it out. So obviously there's a huge opposition from me. I did not speak to my father for almost 3 months. He did not speak to me because I took the decision. So, but then what happened is, yes, number one, I took the decision very hard that, if you do not stand for your idea, who else will? That's the first thing I took as a standpoint. You have to be 100% standing on your point. Two, also think from their perspective. Whatever they are saying is right because I understand where they are coming from. Now, how do I bridge the gap? I went back to them. I told them that, I'll work for an year. I'll make that money. I'll ensure that I'll take the gap for 2 years. I convinced them. It took me 1, 2 months to convince them. I figured that out. And in the journey of reaching towards that, before I quit, I started doing small experiments. And these experiments started coming in the newspapers, in the TVs, and they started getting some kind of confidence that, yes, this kid can do it. There are all kinds of parents, all kinds of peers, and societal pressures. Some people might never listen at all. That's a different story. But in 90% of the cases, when people really see you being super passionate, you giving your 100% effort, you doing everything that is required, their hearts will melt. They'll also start uh, connecting with you back again. And that happened in my case. They saw me being successful. They saw that, yes, he could do something here. And that's when finally they agreed. Only after they agreed, I quit my job. Only after they agreed. So, because I know why they're asking me to do it, that's only for my own good. But this goes both ways. There are some cases where your parents might never listen. I'm not the right person to tell you what to do there. You have to take your call there. But 90% of the parents or faculty or anyone, when you show results, when you show your passion, commitment, and actual results, they will finally believe in you. But first, you have to believe in yourself. You have to stand on your foot, ensure that happens. And it takes some time. Some people, it might take 1, 2 years to convince. For some people, it might take 10 years to convince. If you want to take everyone with you in the journey, take that time. In the meantime, do not give up. Find ways to show them success, but keep continuing the journey. So that's more of a personal decision. How do you do it? But this is what I did.
Okay.
Great. So before I end, one last statement for all of you. This is something that I leave with the students, whoever I talk to. Back in the day when I was in Bangalore, I came across a book when I was walking in the Bangalore streets of MG Road. A very interesting book, a very interesting line that I picked from the book, which I can never forget in my life. That's what I want to leave with you today. The line says, it's a very interesting line. Not everyone will understand it easily in the first attempt. So very, very attentively listen to me. Try to learn less and less about more and more before you learn more and more about less and less. ఏం అర్థం కాలేదు కదా? Let me tell you again. Let me state it again. Try to learn less and less about more and more before you learn more and more about less and less. ఏదో అర్థమైనట్టుంది కానీ ఇంకా పూర్తిగా అర్థం కాలేదు కదా? I'll give you an example here. There are two kinds of people in the world: scientists, philosophers. Scientists are the people who take one topic, go deep into it, and become James Bonds of the subject. Whereas philosophers are the people who typically you see on the TV show, they say that, Narendra Modi, they have to do this, KCR, they have to do this. But when you ask them for what is the real solution, they don't know the solution. Now, the world has two types of people: scientists who know the solution for one thing, but they don't know where to apply this because they are not exposed to the world. Philosophers, they know all the problems, but they don't know the exact solution because they are not James Bonds in one subject. Unfortunately, the world is split between scientists and philosophers today. What the world really needs is a combination. That means That's exactly what the meaning of this sentence is. Try to learn less and less about more and more. That try to learn a little bit about everything first. When you learn a little about everything, you would find interest in one subject because now you're exposed to a lot of things. Now choose that subject. Go deep into it. Learn more and more about that one subject. Become a James Bond of it. Now you are an expert in your subject and you also know a little bit about everything. You will become a great individual and a great value addition to the world. So once again, try to learn less and less about more and more before you learn more and more about less and less. With that, I'll end this session here. Thank you very much for being such patient audience.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jignesh, for this wonderful, wonderful session. And I'm sure you have ignited so many young minds, and you have inspired all these young listeners. And I'm very sure that they are already thinking as to how they can apply the things which you have told them, which were very practical. You have shared your journey with us. Uh, and there were so many lessons in that for young people to learn and take home. So thank you so much, sir. We would like to present you with a certificate of appreciation. Please do accept it, and really appreciate the way you've cut down and simplified things for the students to understand. Thank you so very much, sir. I now hand over the session to Mrs. Pushpalata ma'am. Thank you so much again, once again, Mr. Jignesh.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me again. Everyone, all the best. You can reach me on jignesh.talasila@gmail.com. I'm just sending the text on the chat box. If you have any questions, reach me there with detailed question, not just highs and hellos. And then I'll definitely get back to you if there is merit in the question.
Thank you, Nasreen.
Yes, over to you, ma'am. Pushpa ma'am.
Thank you, Nasreen. Success comes to those who try. It comes to those who are not afraid to fail. Very good afternoon to all. It's my immense pleasure to welcome our motivational speaker and role model, Ms. Rani Pachuri, with great greetings. Rani Pachuri is the co-founder and CEO of Dream Techies Software Private Limited, started in 2006 with specialization in core insurance enterprise software products. She is a passionate technologist with more than 2 decades of experience in IT industry and also the chief technical architect of all the insurance products developed in the Dream Techies. She is a motivational speaker and a role model for many and a supporter of women in technology. She is a winner of Indiawood Excellence in Entrepreneurship Award in 2018. Dream Techies Software is a reputed brand in core insurance software systems in Africa and Asia. Their core life, general, and reinsurance software systems are implemented in more than 14 countries in Asia and Africa. Their key clientele includes the top reinsurance company from Africa, African Reinsurance Corporation. She graduated in computer science in 1992 from Layla Academy, Hyderabad. She is a certified project management professional from PMI, USA, and Sun certified Java professional with a score of 95% in 1998. And also she holds a licensure in general insurance from Insurance Institute of India. Now, I would like to invite Mrs. Rani Pachuri to share your success story to our future entrepreneurs. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, mute yourself, Rani, ma'am.
Sorry. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. And hope you're able to listen to me now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes. So good afternoon, all. It's so wonderful to see 300 plus girls group listening to for the workshop. I hope, and I had been there for earlier sessions for some period of time, and it is wonderful to. I mean, you had a lot of questions. Hope you had been enjoying. So it is lunch hour. I know. I don't know, for some reason I always end up given this lunch session. Maybe people feel either immediately after lunch or before lunch. So it's a challenge for me to keep you awake and forget your hunger for some time. So bear with me. Okay, so hope I'm audible and I'm clear. Uh, okay, so to start with, I should start with my journey, which I started in the year 1992. So I believe most of you wouldn't have been born by then. So I can proudly say my experience is higher than your age. I'm just kidding. This is one of the joke, dialogue in a movie. నా అనుభవం అంత లేదు నీ వయసు అని. I'm just kidding. Okay, so I start with my childhood. I had a beautiful childhood till the age of 11 years. As a last child in the family, my elder sister, who is older than me for 11 years, and my immediate brother. That's when life started teaching lessons. The first blow in my life came when we lost our father to heart attack, which was shocking to the family. And it's like, situations like that are never planned or never expected. So that turned our lives upside down. And being last in the family, you can imagine that getting me educated, this is almost, I'm talking about, I don't get into math, but maybe about 40, 35, 37 years back. So getting a girl child educated itself is a great big deal. So my mother, she did a fantastic job, and she gave me an opportunity to get educated. And I studied in Telugu medium till my intermediate. And one day, my maternal uncle, he came home to visit us. And during the night, I was writing my intermediate exams. And during the night, whenever he wake up for a nature call, he saw me still awake and studying. Then he was asking, why are you not going to sleep? Then I said, I have exams tomorrow. So that's how I used to study, because at that age, I realized how important is education for a girl. And after seeing my mother, who was just third standard passed, and she did not know how to sail through the family, how to survive the tough situations that she faced. So all that what was in my hand is to study well and to make my mother happy. So my maternal uncle, he felt that, okay, this girl is like, she is meant for a study. She's doing good education, so I should support her. So he brought me to Hyderabad. He helped me to get admitted to computer science in Loyal Academy. So I did my graduation in Loyal Academy. So as I said that I came from Telugu medium, so hardly I was able to speak English, and forget about speak, and I was hardly able to understand English. So I was behind my brother to help me with understanding English. He brought me an Oxford dictionary and then said that, okay, this is going to help you. You don't ask me the translation. So that's how I did the hard work of, I used to sleep for about, during the exams, I used to do night outs. I don't know how many of you do it now, but I used to sleep for about 5 minutes. That's called as a power nap, about 2 to 3 times a night. I continued this even today, till date. I can do a night out with just a power nap. So, so that I think I got habituated during my studies itself. And by the end of my graduation, I got into the top 5 students. First year, I was asking my friends that, okay, what does it mean by alphabets? When my English teacher started lecture, then what alphabets means what? Aksharalu. Oh, Aksharalu, okay. Now I know, the translation. So everything was very difficult because the terminology was different. But I did a lot of study on my own, and then I stood on top 5 students, and I was offered a job in Loyola Academy. That's a first turning point for me, as I was given an opportunity as a lab instructor. So, and one day, my head of the department, he called me while I was just walking on the aisle. So he said, okay, Rani, now today Pascal faculty did not come. Just go and take faculty Pascal language session to my immediate juniors. So it was like, you cannot imagine a girl who cannot even speak a single sentence in English properly and asked to teach in immediate juniors. I was like literally like Pascal, syntax. Not even single word was coming properly. I was literally shivering to the core. But that turned my life. It helped me to. I never knew before that I could really get into training. That is a great turning point where I got opportunity in Loyola, and also I got opportunity to train my immediate juniors, and then my passion for training has increased. And since then, so that's how I entered into training, and then I got married. My first entrepreneurial, now the topic is of entrepreneur. So from where it started. So I worked hardly in my entire career of 28 plus years. I worked for about 4 companies. All put together would be less than 5 to 6 years time. The rest all time, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm on my own. When I was 21, having my first daughter on my lap in my living room, I started my first company, which is called Matrusayi Computers, which is for desktop publishing. You might have seen like brochure designing. Those days it's called as a DTP, desktop publishing. So how did I start then, and what gave me that courage is something interesting. So I worked in Loyola Academy for about 1 year or so, 1+ years. And then I took up a job as a faculty in BCIT, which was in somewhere near, I'm not able to recollect in Hyderabad that location now, Public Gardens, near Public Gardens, that office was there. And I used to travel from ECL to Public Gardens. And I met a girl that time called Prabha. She was working as a DTP operator. So she asked me, while discussing, then she used to explain me how she designs the visiting cards, business cards, brochures, and all that. Then I asked her one day that, Prabha, can you teach me DTP? Then she said, she got shocked, like, you're a faculty, actually you're learning, you're teaching Pascal, C language, and all that time it is like MS Word, Lotus, and all that. WordStar, Lotus DB is the time. So why do you want to get into DTP? But Rani, let me tell you frankly, you need to be artistic to learn DTP. So that told, I thought, okay, so I need to be artistic to learn DTP. So I'm not artistic enough. So I seriously got on the bus. It was about 7 o'clock. Then I went home. I opened my, Enadu book, Sunday magazine. There will be on a 3rd page, all the cartoons will be there, like caricatures, the cartoons. So then I took white sheets. I started drawing. I can't recollect which politician was then, but I started drawing all the politicians, about 4 or 5 drawings I did. And then I knocked her door at 10 in the night and said, she got shocked. Okay, Rani, why are you at this time? So I said, Prabha, you said artistic enough. Is this enough to be artistic? Can you teach me DTP now? Then she couldn't escape. Then the next day, she took 1 hour session. She told me about how to use PageMaker. And how did I get my first computer? Then I was behind my brother. I don't know what dowry you have given or what property or what the money you have given for my marriage, but just buy me a computer. Buy me a computer, and I want it badly because I want to do something with the computer. So that's how I bought my first computer, 80386. You might have not seen only, most of you. 80386 system, and it costed about 35 to 40,000 in the year 94. I'm talking this one, and that's my first system. And you know the speed of that system. I can switch on the system. By the time it boots, I can finish my cleaning of vessels and come back. That was the speed of it. And I started getting into DTP. That was in my living room, and as I said that with my daughter in my lap, so nothing has stopped me to really start something on my own. Then after starting DTP, then slowly the business started developing because I had a habit of doing anything and everything. I'm not a master of everything. I used to always think that I'm not an intelligent. I'm not a born intelligent, but I'm a hard worker. But whatever I do with 100% quality and a satisfaction to me. So that's how my business started growing. Everybody used to, even from ECL, we were in housing board, just to make that 15, we used to charge 15 rupees for every business card that time. We used to give a print on the trace paper, which they used to use it for screen printing. Those days it was, now it is digital printing. Those days it was screen printing. So they used to travel all the way about 5 to 6 kilometers to get the work done. So that has given a good word. Then after reaching there, then I thought, okay, I was very passionate about training. Why should I leave my training? So I started summer camp for about 45 days. The first day, 3 students were there, and the second day, 7 students. The third day, by the week end, it was 15 students. So that's how my own training has started again. So I started my own training institute in ECIL. I moved from my living room to, I took a shutter and then started my business. So the other day I was just counting how many offices I changed in last my 28 years. I myself only established about 15 plus offices, right from infrastructure, finding the place and setting up systems and all that, till the dream tech is today. So that's how I got into training. And the training I started into the second, second training institute also started in Tarnaka. But then I called somebody, just like how you called me like as a workshop, I called somebody as an external speaker to talk about Java. So somebody gave a talk about Java. Then I thought, okay, this is very interesting. I want to learn Java now. I learned Java on my own for 45 days and I've written Sun certification exam. This was in the year 98 and I was one of the very few who have scored the highest. That was 95% I scored in the Sun certification exam. So this gave me a lot of confidence. Yes, I'm doing something right. So I started training Java. I was called, my day used to start at, I used to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Don't ask me when I slept, because that would have been 4 o'clock or 3:30 also. But I used to wake up at 5 o'clock and get ready and go to the session of 7 o'clock, 7 to 9, one class in ECL Crossroads. And again, somebody has raised hand. Should I answer that? Samiha Muhammad raised hand.
Yes, ma'am.
You have something to tell me, ma'am?
Ma'am, I think you can continue. Maybe we'll take the questions in the end.
Okay, sure. Maybe, hope she's able to hear, or maybe she wanted to.
Samiha, you can type it. If you have any question, please type it. We'll take questions orally once ma'am is done.
Or are you hungry and I'm boring you? Tell me. I'll shorten it. Okay. So Samiha, please go ahead and type in the chat. So my, there are so many questions. Even in the previous sessions, I heard that, how do I get started? How do I know I'm doing the right things? How do I stick to the things? So maybe some answers you get from my experience. So that's why I'm just getting into little detail on my training side and what all I did in this, entire journey. So I used to start the day at 7 o'clock and take Java sessions in 4 to 5 places around the city in Twin Cities. You all know Hyderabad. So my journey from ECL Crossroad to Tarnaka to Domalguda to Dilshik Nagar to SR Nagar to again ECL Crossroads. So I used to train continuously for 12 hours, in between again travel. I used to have Maruti 800 that time. So I mean that's something I students used to call me, I'm mobile Java. So I thoroughly enjoyed that phase in my life. That was in 99 till the dot-com bust has come. When the dot-com bust happened, then everybody thought that, okay, now nothing is going to happen by learning Java. So the computers have gone to an end. It has come to an end and all that. So thank you, Mom. It's very interesting. Okay. So then I started, okay, what else I need to do now? Because I used to have Java training sessions for about 100 plus students. The students have come down to 7, 8, 6, slowly, hardly people are investing their, learning time, okay, on Java, because the US market is down and they can't go to US and all. In between, I got an opportunity in 98. There was an exam conducted and I stood second topper in Java exam, and I was offered 60,000 US dollars from US and offering the entire family a free whatever the visas and travel, everything. And don't be surprised, I rejected that offer because I believed in strongly that it's not just the dollars which will value what I am. It is about that what I do to my country. So I'm a big patriot, and I believe in this land. This land has given me so much, so many opportunities. And then why shouldn't I achieve the same thing? If I go to US, I may get only dollars, but if I'm here, I can accomplish, I can achieve of my dreams. Okay, that's my personal view. I'm not debating with any of your viewpoints there. So I continued my journey, as I said, in 99 to 2000, 2000.com, 2K.com bust has come. And then I took up a small job from where I was training. That was Chekilam Infotech. Not a small job though. I joined as a project manager. They offered me, it's a direct welcome that I was training in Chekilam, and then they offered me job. And I was managing a project there for HIPAA related healthcare. That was for a very small stint. That was for 8 months. And then I thought, okay, this is not giving me that happiness. And then I just want to do something more. Then I applied for a job in Bangalore, and I got into Intel. I worked there for 3.5 years, Intel Technologies. Intel US, I worked for 1 year. I worked in Folsom. I went to US. My dream of visiting US, not staying there, visiting US is fulfilled. But still, after being there for 1 year, still for some reason, I did not like, or I mean, I cannot say I did not like it, but I loved India more than US. I can tell you 100 reasons, but offline, many people debate on this topic. But I love this country. So that's how I joined in Intel. That's again, that entrepreneur bug. It bit me when I was very young, 21 years. I'm doing my job, I'm enjoying, but still I'm feeling somewhere that I'm really not doing what I'm capable of. One day I met my manager and I said that, so you seem to be not utilizing my 100% capabilities. Then I said, Rani, seems like you're thinking high of yourself. This is the statement he said. I'm not thinking high of myself, but I'm thinking I have much more skills than what you are actually utilizing in me. So then I left Intel in 2006. And January 3rd, I left Intel and I started Dream Techies, my dream company, where I always dreamt to architect my own product. I was very inspired with Sabir Bhatia. When I went through the story of Hotmail, then I thought, okay, I should also design one product which India should be proud of, that this is made in India. So I should make myself proud, my parents and my country proud. It's always there in my mind. Even when I travel abroad, I always wear the shoulder. I'm from India. When somebody says, okay, she's from India, then I feel like I'm a brand ambassador of India. I am not, but I hold that pride of being from India. So I started Dream Techie software in 2006. The year one, what I wanted to do is we wanted to be right from the beginning, day one. I wanted to be a product focused. As I said, my intention is to build a product, not to get into service at all. So that time, those days, if you see in 2006 and all, India more of a service oriented. They are not into product. So it's the biggest risk I have taken, but still that I stood by it. I said, this is what I wanted to do, and let me stick to it. Then we built a HR product in association with a company, and that company took a back step just within 1 year. So it's like all my dreams, and with a huge ambition that which I started, it started collapsing. Then this is the first blow. Like this, I call these beauty, Mudduga with me, ICUs, I call them as ICU. So my company went into ICU 3 times, but successfully came out. Today, we are a very successful, according to me, I tell you where we are, but then we attended a conference and somebody asked, can you develop an insurance product? That's how I entered into insurance. Because of my training experience has helped me to learn anything new on my own, I started learning insurance also, as simple as that. So, and I started building the product. I started architecting the product, which was my dream. The life insurance product we built, the first thing what we did it, we built a POC, proof of concept, went to Nepal market, and we showed this is what is POC, and we will give you the product. That's how we got our first order. The best thing I did in my entrepreneur journey is every time only POC is built, and then we built the product with the order in hand. That worked best for us. So that journey started in Dream Techies like that. Now today we are established. We implemented our core insurance products in 18 plus countries, and it is in all the verticals of insurance. We have in life insurance, general insurance, and also reinsurance space. And not just one product, I architected more than half a dozen products, which I really feel happy and proud that content. When I look back my products, yes, I did what I wanted to do it. And it is just not the first generation. Now it is even my next generation. My daughter also joined in my company now for the past 4 years. So being a first generation entrepreneur, being from a small village, and this is where I'm not an engineer, I'm not an intelligent or out of the IIT or MBA graduate. I'm an ordinary graduate with the hard work, with the sheer determination. Whatever I am today, it's all learned from the life lessons. I had many failures. I can say that there is no entrepreneur I've come across in my life who has succeeded without a failure. My first product was a failure, and my next product onwards, then I keep taken off. So whenever a failure comes, I feel like, okay, good, life is teaching me a lesson. So the beauty of Dream Techies journey is I evolved as a person. Now today, when I look back, 14 years back, we started this company. 14 years back, Rani to today's Rani, there is a Jamin Asman ka farak. So you say that, right? So there's a lot of, and as a person, I evolved. So I give that credit to this entrepreneurship, and the beauty is in giving. So I love to give. Whether you give jobs, you give software, you give support, you make sure people are well supported, so that I enjoyed that giving. And this is what my journey in short. I would like to keep this open the floor for questions, because I know you're all might be hungry. So you know my story now. Please ask me your questions.
Students, please welcome to ask questions to Rani ma'am.
If you raise your hands, we'll unmute, girls.
Otherwise, post it in chat box. Sabiha. Please ask your question, Sabiha.
Yes, Sabiha. Ma'am, your story is very interesting. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, it was very interesting story of yours. I felt very motivated after listening to your story.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I wanted to ask you that you said that means hardly you slept in the night. Means like taking short naps like 5 minutes. Ma'am, have you means how you have managed that? Because without sleep, no, we can't focus on the things. Because for a human being, we need 8 hours sleep. No, so how you have managed that, ma'am? 5 minutes sleep and all like that.
Okay.
Because many people will have health issues now after not sleeping. Means only for 5 minutes sleep.
Good question.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
question and
Yeah.
practical question. Huh? How is it possible?
Yes, ma'am.
So
That's what.
it's not then. Now you know
Uh,
approximately you might have done some math of my age now. I still do even today. When I'm learning something, I'm a continuous learner. Okay, that's one of the secret. So what make you keep awake? Okay, let me ask you this question. If you're partying with your friends, or if you're in a girls gang or sitting together and chit chatting with one of your closest friend, do you feel sleep?
no, ma'am, I don't feel sleep because it will be very interesting to be with them. That's why.
Exactly. It's very
Okay.
interesting. And it is when whatever the work we do, if we can
Hmm.
enjoy what we are doing, whether it is
Yeah.
studies or your whatever the work you are doing. See, what
Hmm.
I do is like when I'm learning something new, the recent one is Angular 8. Okay, let me tell you an example of that. So when I'm learning, every moment I keep giving an instruction to my mind that how excited I am. Okay, so suppose I learned a concept. I take a break of 5 minutes and say that, wow, this is such an amazing thing. And how is this? The same Angular concept is done in earlier technologies. How this, front end technology is developed. And I get into the person who developed this language, how he might have been excited that so many lakhs of people. So these are all not relevant to what you're learning in Angular if you learn my technique. Okay, if you're understanding what I'm saying, I'm only trying to train my mind to get excited with the learning. It's automatically, naturally happens. When you enjoy what you're doing, then the sleep is not the one which controls you. You control your sleep. When I'm excited about, then tomorrow I'm going to write an exam. Wow, I just want to come with the 100% Josh in me that yes, I've done fantastic. I've written the exam fantastically. Even though some questions are wrong, no, I did my best. So what is required for us, the mind is always take everything what's happening in a positive note. Don't get depressed about, okay, I worked so hard, I studied all through the night, none of the questions are related to what I studied, I got all new and I didn't get good marks. This is, by this thought enough, we are giving a negative instruction to our brain. So if you practice the positive way of looking at everything, what's happening in your life, everything, if somebody, I faced so many challenges, and when I say people, say for example, let me give you an example. Say one of the employee, he has written a code for valuation of a life insurance company, and the client is asking for a life insurance valuation report, and there are about more than about 300,000 policies data is to be processed, and he said every policy will take minimum 2 minutes to process. Just do a math, how many minutes and how many days the process goes. Then that moment, the way how I took it also, this is a real example. Then I thought, okay, this is how he has written the logic. Now this has come to me because it's giving me an opportunity to get into the logic and to learn something new, because I'm addicted to learning. You see, I'm using that word, I'm addicted, because that gives me a lot of kick when I learn something new. I train my mind like that. I enjoy thoroughly. So then I sat down with that person. He's just sitting, my colleague, and then I started rewriting the entire code. This is in a stored procedure in the database, and I've brought down the entire process to less than 10 seconds, from days to 10 seconds. And by the time I completed, it was 4 a.m. in the morning. So when I'm doing such kind of a work, why would a sleep come? It wouldn't come. Did I answer your question? You have to enjoy. Are you there? Okay. I think she's on mute. You just do a small exercise, any of you. You instruct when you're starting your work, your studies, you open your book and say that, wow, I'm going to learn something fantastic today. Whether it is data structures, whether it is such a boring of Indian history or such a boring of any subject, biology, I'm going to learn something very interesting. Just give that instruction to your brain and start studying. You see how much difference it makes. Gradually, overnight it doesn't happen. Gradually you keep enjoying it.
Yes, ma'am, you have answered me very well, ma'am. I have convinced with your answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, somebody asked, Hafsa Fatima, what do I do? I mean, even if suppose she says, should I have to check the chat? Okay, ma'am, but unfortunately, even if I don't sleep at night, just cannot stay awake in the afternoon. Okay, so it is the same thing, ma'am. The problem is the same problem because I just want to give you a small tip about your own, the body. Okay, I'm calling it as a body. Everything and anything which is happening inside the body is controlled by our own mind. If you train your mind properly, you can control. People feel that now next time when you get any small pain, okay, you get a toothache or you are feeling sleepy or whatever the problem you are having, close your eyes, just focus on where the pain is. Close your eyes and just think, why are you feeling sleepy? Okay, just focus on that. Focus on the problem. This is, I think, I may not be able to tell you. I trained my kids and all my relatives. I say this. My kids used to, joke around whenever they, don't feel well, when they are having some fever. No, don't go to mama. Mama always says, breathe in, breathe out. So she won't even take us to doctor. Yes, I don't suggest there is something like, for every small thing you keep worrying about it. Just everything controlling is within us if you practice it. Okay, you don't feel sleepy in the afternoon if your brain is active in what you are doing, period. When you feel bored, you feel sleepy. That means you are not enjoying. Practice it. Remember this statement and experience it. Okay. And yeah, there is another question. Ma'am, it often happens that people come up with innovative ideas, particularly relating to products, but the thought of going ahead with it, making the idea become reality, people step back and let the idea go. So can you advise regarding how you were able to set up different products all on your own? Okay, good question, Samia Khan. So, okay, so when we have an idea that to build something, okay, the initial study that what you need to do is how important or how related is this? Is this really a pain area for the company? For example, in my case, I was in insurance. When somebody asked me, can you develop an insurance product? That means there are inquiries. Then I started getting into details. What are the pain areas they are facing in that space? Okay. So I understood that for each class of business, they're having different systems. They are not on a browser based technology. They are having to issue a policy. They are spending duplicate entry of data have to be done at the proposal level, policy level, at different level they are entering the data duplicate. There are so many pain areas that every company is going through. I did a minor study on that. I got into a call and just asked. First, I used to ask them, can you please share your pain areas? That's how I used to get my first demo done. So when you know what the pain areas, very important is, we always feel I have a greatest idea. But the greatest idea, if it is not meeting the customer requirement, it is no longer the greatest idea. So when we are developing or architecting a product, the practice I always have even today is I always step into the shoe of a customer. I think from the shoe of a customer, how my customer feels with this functionality, with this feature. Then you are sure to win above average. I'm not saying 100% success. You cross the hurdle of meeting the customer. That is called as a product market fit in a technical terms. So you have crossed that 50-60% that yes, my customer needs this product. This is going to help him in his day-to-day operations. Once you're sure of it, then you start working on it. Make a POC and present it. Many times the product fails because we have not understood the needs of the customer properly. It may be a great idea. Let me tell you something. Even in insurance, we were so excited 2-3 years back, like, we should have chatbots and we should have AI into it. But in our study, we understood the insurance industry, the target market, where we are focusing, is still not there yet. I have shown a image plate recognition. If you suppose you capture a car and then the car plate number, based on the plate number, we have built a POC that it gives all the details about the car. Okay, just a registration number, plate number. So it tells you what model, what make, when it is made, and all the details were coming. This helps the user not to enter the data at all. But I presented this to about half a dozen potential customers. They are so excited, but they're not ready to adopt it now because they are still having the problem even at a basic level of their operations only. They don't have a proper underwriting system only. Why they want a AI and hi-fi technology now when they don't have their basic core system itself is strong, right? So this is how you can understand talking to the customer. And one point, please remember, any experiment you do, I never attributed, if I say my insurance product would have been the first product, successful product, but the maximum credit I give to my HR product. Because I failed there, I learned what not to do. That's the greatest learnings that every failure gives. So don't worry, even if your first product fails, if your second product fails, don't worry. You are gaining the experience of it. Okay, keep going on it. Keep building POC. Talk to customers. You will succeed. Okay, so yeah, there is another question. If you had the chance to start your career over again, what would you do differently? Okay, interesting question, huh? Nothing. I think the way my career has been carved, I don't say that I carved it. When you listen to what's happening, what is coming on your way, I would have, 35 years back, you cannot even imagine now what kind of opportunities. Nobody, even technology itself is new. We are the second batch in computer science in Royal Academy. So the way how I got into my DTP experience helped me to design my UI product today to give the best user experience. My training has helped me to convey the requirements properly to my team today. I give maximum credit to my training experience because I can exactly tell what a technology, a developer is looking at. I can explain insurance to any novice guy. It all came from my training experience. So when I connect the dots, every experience I had has helped me in my current, and it's going to help me in future also. So no experience is waste. No single task which I did gone waste in my experience. Okay. So as you said, maternal uncle supports you and guides you. If we live in an environment that doesn't support our goals, how do I track or achieve our goals? Fantastic question. I actually wanted, I was expecting somebody asking this because this is a common woman, the girl's problem. My answer to this is I did not go and ask my maternal uncle to help me. Till date, I did not ask anybody to support me. Okay, when I say this, I mean it. My maternal uncle saw why did he help? Same way, my mother-in-law, she used to wake me up with a cup of coffee. Okay, and I have a greatest supporting husband. I have wonderful supporting kids. And people think, many times people think I'm lucky, but I want to completely differ there. It is about a girl, as a girl, we have to work extra 100% more. I'm not even saying 10%, 20% more than a male. If a guy is putting up, let's say, an effort of this much, as a girl, you have to put double of that. We have to work very hard. And when you are strong on your determined to what you want to achieve, automatically the support system gets built. This happened in my experience. So what I advise to the woman who is working, never reach home with a tiring face. Never reach home by cribbing about your boss, by cribbing about your colleagues. No, because people around you will be waiting, including your parents, your husband, your in-laws. I told you, right? I told you that time only. As a girl, you cannot manage both family and house. So where is the problem? The problem is not in them. The problem is in me. When I am tired, they are not able to bear my tiredness. They think, Rani is working so hard. Why are you working so much? It is a kind of a love and sympathy come together and it will suppress you. Then you start taking it. Oh, Nijmai kada, why I should work so much? Okay, so it is you have to carve your career. It is you who have to make how much ever the hardships come, right? I could never say that when I recently experienced, I tell you, I went for a phone call came and, some meeting happened and they are real estate purchase guys. And that guy was asking, okay, he's filling the form and say, okay, madam, what do you do? I said, I own a business. I do business. Oh, madam, you run beauty parlor? So what our society thinks is women can only maximum run a business of a beauty parlor. They cannot imagine a woman running a information technology company where I'm dealing with 18 plus countries. I travel more than 20 countries. So it is like in many of my friends, my clients also in Africa, they said, we saw a woman CEO traveling to Africa for business for the first time. So this was in the year 2010. I traveled first time to Africa. So many fears were there. But I said, okay, all I had is I have to sell my product. I have to present my product. So I went through. So my summary point is, before you expect from others, we should be strong enough. I can understand every house, there are different situations, but become strong and communicate to your loved ones that how important, how happy you're doing what you're doing. Okay, that's very, very important. I keep explaining I have one-on-ones with my daughters and I tell them, why am I doing what am I doing? It is because it's making me happy. If I am a happy mother, I raise happy kids. I build a happy family. So I'm happy what I'm doing. Please communicate this with your loved ones. They start supporting you. Okay. If you still don't get that support, please reach out to me. I'll give you some more tips. I may not be able to change your entire environment, but I can change you. I can at least give you the right thing. Okay, Ma. So thank you. And how do you manage yourself when you fail to achieve your target or goal? Yeah, I think I answered that. In 2008, the second ICU, one ICU I told in the beginning itself, and in the second, we got into an ICU situation on the 4th year or so. all my dreams were collapsing. I couldn't take it. One day I was just, started crying. And my brother, my elder brother is also a partner in my company. He's not from IT, but he's the greatest support for me. So I started, crying, literally crying. Then he said, okay, you do something. Write down dream techies on a piece of paper and burn it off. Okay, I literally mentally did that. It is to get the detached to that. The pain comes when you are too attached to it. Don't get attached to anything you do, right? As our scripture says, you have right to work. You have no right to expect the result of it. So when you know that simple technique of how to work in a detached way, but with a passion, then that pain will not bother. The failure will not bother. There is nothing called as a failure. Let me tell you. Okay. So, ma'am, as youth, there will be many options in career, but we'll be confused about what to choose. What's good or not. If you're a girl, then there are many restrictions, or so how to overcome, right? So there are so many options, so many things, and what you have to do is you talk to yourself. What makes you excited? So when I interview people also, I ask them, why did you choose computers? What is that interesting you? Just close your eyes and see what excitement you're getting by coding. What excitement you're getting. Are you getting excited cooking? Go into cooking line. Are you getting excited traveling? Go into write a travel blog. Okay, open a YouTube channel. So opportunities are plenty these days. Okay, so if you're getting excited in teaching people, become a nursery school teacher. Who can question you? It's your happiness. If you enjoy being with kids, go there. There is no, don't be conditioned that I should be like this. I've done my PG, I've done this, I've done that, so I should be there. What society thinks of, let the society think whatever they want. Sabka sunna apna kaam karna, right? You have to learn that. Don't get carried away by what people say. Okay, so ma'am, usually people say boys can do this and girls cannot. How to remove this? Yeah, even my mother also thought. My mother thought that engineering is not required for me, but she thought my brother needs to get into engineering. Unfortunately, he didn't get the rank. Even she didn't make me an engineer, but still, I didn't stop. That gave me an opportunity. What is in you, ma? For every girl, I tell you that the fire to be within. Don't complain the society, don't complain people. It has to be within. If they're supporting boys, good, let them support. I will show one day, right? I will show how I am better than a boy. That's all. So my work speaks now. It's not I need to speak, my product speaks. When I go sit in, even people in India today, when I give demos, they just look at like, what woman, woman giving insurance? They really, to some extent, they don't care. But the moment I start talking about insurance, I start talking about my product, okay, there is some stuff. Then they start listening to me. Okay, so prove yourself. Prove to yourself. Prove yourself to yourself, not to the external world first. How did you manage to find people in your field? Yeah, manage to find people. Okay, this is another very interesting. How do I find? I don't find. I train them. I train people in insurance. That's where my training knowledge helped. So I apply common sense. Okay, people think, okay, apply common sense. It's an abusing. Don't you have common sense? They used to, scold, right? No, my common sense is every one of us are blessed with the common sense, not a logical, analytical, all that sense. Common sense. So I have a tagline that we look for CS candidates, not the computer science candidates, but people with common sense. If people have got common sense, we can train them 100% in whatever in our products. Okay, that's an answer. So yeah, thank you. I think I've answered all the questions. Did I miss anyone? If I missed, please ask. And I think, so we're right on time. Yeah.
One more question is missed, ma'am.
Okay, one more message.
From Arma, everyone is habituated to pass away in every exam or target. But when we do not expect to fail anything, but suddenly you are failed in any exam or at any point of our life, what do you think everyone should do?
Okay, so people actually take failure is very seriously. But when somebody so when we were not, for some period of time, we are 14 years into it. When people say that, okay, you should have been like, Infosys by now and Wipro by now. So what? Right? There is, everybody has got their own way of learning curve, their own time that it takes. So first, what you need to answer is you need to answer to yourself. Whether the first thing, this is what I do. I question myself. Suppose I failed in certain deal. Okay, did I do my job correct to my 100% capabilities for all the skills what I had? Then if the answer is like, I have put my 100, you need to be very sincere. Huh? Everybody thinks I'm a super hard worker, I'm super. You need to be very critical in analyzing your own self. Be critical, I mean it. Be very critical. Say, okay, I should have done better. I could have written that mail more beautifully, or I could have designed that brochure more beautifully if time permits. It's okay. So next time I spend that extra time and I designed that brochure beautifully, I could have given the demo better. Okay, you have learned the lesson. So every time you get a failure, your agenda should be what the lessons I'm learning from this failure. Okay, and people will start asking. There are so many people who said, why are you still running this company? You could have shut it down long back. Okay, I will shut it down. In what way it matters to you? Whether I run it, I don't run it, in what way it matters to you? Just ask them. Okay, just don't do this. Okay, I will not do it. Who will pay my bills, or who will achieve my dreams? It's my dream. My younger daughter, when we went through a very rough time in 2009, and my daughter, my elder one came and said, Mama, she was studying intermediate then, I guess. So she said, my college has got a scholarship. I get 25,000 rupees as a scholarship. I work very hard. I study very hard. I get scholarship, Mama. I give you that money. Please pay salaries to Dream Techies employees with that money. And my younger one said she was, collecting all the powder, compact powder puff will be there. She don't know the value of it. She was much younger, about 10 years or so. And she said, I will collect all this. I will sell it and I will give you money to run your business. So what made them to support me? Okay, before, and then I asked them many times, tell me what am I doing is right or wrong? Am I troubling you? If I would have been in US, definitely I would have earned much more, many dollars. This was some time ago, I said. Then always my younger one, even though she is very youngest in the family, she always used to tell, Mama, you are working on your dreams. How many of us will get to see a woman working on your own dreams? You're happy what you're doing, you continue to do it. Why are you worried about the rest of the world? So sometimes that pat, right, comes even from the youngest of youngest. Look for those positive people who can really support you, who can give you that positive vibe at the time of a downtime. And of course, you have plenty of books. I listen to Bhagavad Gita. I read a lot of Swami Vivekananda books. I go through Ramakrishna Paramahamsa books. I read a lot of management books. All these are, anyway, there are plenty of data to support you, to pat and say that, hey, you can do it. Right? And even if you leave a word with me, even sometimes I'm not feeling good, I'm there to say, hey, you can do it. Because we are all here to support each other. Okay? I hope I answered your question. And then
many compliments from students, ma'am.
Oh, is that okay?
Cheerful and pretty. By seeing you get inspired and motivated.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Ma'am reached the stars after all her struggles.
Oh, thank you. This is what I want. I think there was a question, right? Is entrepreneurship is a long term or not? Yes, it is long term. See, my next generation is also there in business. So don't look for I'm happy now. If I want to work, I work. If I have some want to take a day off, I'll do it. You know, where do you have this kind of privilege? Okay, so just enjoy, become an entrepreneur. You know, giving is always more satisfying job than taking. So don't wait, somebody else gives you a job, you give job to someone else. If I can see some of you coming out as entrepreneurs, at least you can employ one more person along with you to start off, then feel that you have accomplished something in life, feel proud of yourself. Yeah, so that's my last statement for the day. And thank you very much for this wonderful. I always love to, whenever Lata ma'am asks me for any talk or a contribution, I cannot say no, because I somehow I'm so attached to the culture of St. Anne's. The students are very good. They are very, I mean, nowadays you don't see this kind of students in all the colleges. Something I think you are very value-based education you're doing, and you're training them the right things, and all these kind of things. They listen to people and they learn a lot. So thank you for giving this opportunity once again, Lata ma'am and Sujata ma'am. I think I heard when I received mail for the first time from you. But thank you very much, and you are so wonderful audience and so many questions. And I think some people are still raising the hand. But you can find me Rani Parachuri everywhere. Same Rani Parachuri, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, everywhere. Even in Google, if you Google, you can listen to my other videos also, which Google Women Tech Makers videos are also there. So whenever you want to just listen to my story or read my story, you can Google on my name and you can find it. Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
For your innovative speech with your flavorful success story. We appreciate your skills as an entrepreneur, and especially your patience shows it while you are so delicate and delightful at the end of your success story. We, on behalf of committee, ask you for the apologies, and we regret the inconvenience in making you wait. But we are happy to have such an inspiring speaker on board today. So please accept our appreciation through the certificate. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. And never mind. Yeah. Thank you all. And wish you all the very best. Thanks a lot.
Okay, now I call upon Ms. Poppy, Director of Women Studies, to give vote of thanks. Over to you, Poppy.
Hard work and dedication. There is no shortcut to success. What a wonderful day with all the eminent speakers and so many participants. We have reached to the end. And on behalf of IIC St. Anne's College, I wish to profound gratitude to today's resource person, Swati Bhavanaka, for accepting our invitation and giving us time today. Thank you, ma'am, for your interesting and thought-provoking and life experiencing. It was really interesting and very informative. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are thankful to our eminent speaker, Mr. Jignesh Talasila, for your informative and life experiencing and inspiring address. Sir has highlighted on risk taking of being entrepreneur and so many more. Thank you, sir, for your encouraging our students and motivating our students. I wish to express our thanks to our eminent speaker, Mrs. Rani Parachuri, for enlightening us, and thank you, ma'am, for for sharing your life lesson and very interesting and very motivating. Thank you so much. I wish to thank today's participants, dear faculty members, and students from St. Anne's College and from various colleges also to make this program very meaningful. And thank you for joining us today. I thank our beloved sister principal, Dr. P. Amruta, for her kind supports and unending encouragement. And I thank our IIC members, Dr. Smita Asthana, Mrs. Srikala ma'am, Venugopal sir, for your encouragement and kind supports. Lastly, I thank our organizing committee members and student committee members of Innovation Cell for your kind effort and teamwork. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Small announcement, feedback link has given in the chat box, and please fill the feedback form, and e-certificate will be generated automatically to your email ID, and please keep your correct mail ID in the feedback form so that you will get the certificate. Thank you. We'll wind up here this program.
Poppy, will we take a photograph? We'll ask
Yeah.
the participants to, put on the camera for a while so that we can click a nice picture.
Rani ma'am also please switch on your video, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Ma'am, I think you have to stop sharing the screen for the full grid. Is it so?
Okay. Can you please smile so that I can take the picture?
I request all the participants to switch on your cameras, please.
Good. Now I can see all the girls. You should have.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to see many future entrepreneurs, and I'll still be there in the field till you, by the time you start your company and you flourish. You have to be there. Just 28 years only my experience. So another 28 to go. Great.
Yes.
Pushpa,
Poppy,
ma'am,
is it
can you
done,
please
Poppy?
send the feedback form link once? Pushpa, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I request everybody to raise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you all for your active participation. We are very much blessed to have you all here with 296 participants. And thank you all.
Feedback link shared in chat box. Anyone?
share again.
Poppy, please share the feedback link in what chat box.
Yeah.
Ma'am, shall we stop recording, ma'am?
Yes, yes.